subscribe.
Ja.
Hello everybody. I missed you. I'm gonna be there in just a moment, just finishing setting up a few things. See you soon. Hello, Squiddy cats. How's it going? Long time no see. Welcome. Alright, let me see. Setup go well? Yeah, everything's still here, not scuffed. Nothing broke after 10 days. I'm surprised. Every little update, every minor little change on the computer every day seems to break something on the setup. So we're here, we're functioning, here we are. Let me see who's here. Haruru Kenshi showed up about an hour before the stream. Thank you. I'll see who redeemed that in a moment. Hello Haruru, how's it going? Here an hour before the stream. I guess somebody missed me. The Uwu Cats command. Aegon Dragon, hello, good to see you. Hello. Yay! Thank you for subscribing with that Bezos sub. Prime Gaming for 20 months. The big 2-0. Yee. In one more month, your subscription will be able to legally drink in the US. Logan, good to see you. Hello, howdy, hola, hey, hi, yo, what's up? Logan, also known as a burning log on the internet. How's it going? He says, ooh, wiki, gonna be lurking, going to the market for a weekly food run. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the sub. It's too bad you weren't here to hear it. But I appreciate the lurk too. Thank you. We got the nya from Logan. Vision! Good to see you, Vision. Long time. Hello. How you doing? Nidhogg! Welcome. Who was that? The Janity. Excuse me. Hello. Subscribe for 23 months. Janity. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Nid, how are you today? It's good to see you too. I talked to Nid a little bit while I was away because I was active still on the Discord. For anybody who didn't know, I've been gone for, what is it, 10 days? Maybe a little bit more than that in terms of stream. I had to go out of state. Thank you for the lurk, Manny. Hope to see you around. I had to go out of state for a little bit. Well, I didn't have to, but my girlfriend lives out of state. And every couple of months I go see her. We can only do that much because it's a bit of a travel. She's going to university somewhere else. Hey, Pio, how's it going? Hello, hello. So yes, I was gone for about 10 days, maybe a little bit more in terms of streaming. But I am back when I planned to be back, at least in terms of streaming. I planned to be back here on Sunday and to stream today. So the stream plan went fine. The getting back on Sunday did not go fine. I'll talk about that in a minute. How you doing, Pio? Good to see you. The itchy, eggy, what was your name again? I forgot. It's Ricky, Pio. Nothing else that sounds even similar to those things. The Ricky stream is real. How you doing, Pio? I'm sorry about this, Pio. It's been too long. And I know that you're playing a horror game very soon. So I need to give you a PO shout out. One of the clip ones. We haven't seen it in like months. Oh.
Okay, just like, let me tell you guys.
Oh boy, this one's funny actually.
Is that I just never played any game. I don't play games like. Okay, Mike's.
Yay!
My room! My room!
Oh, you never fail to impress, Pio. For a second, I was like, oh no, we didn't get a horror clip. We're not gonna get a Pio scream. But we got one anyway. It's good to see you, Pio. I had to do it to you. I missed, I miss Pio streams too, because when I was away, I didn't get to see other people's streams either. Some of you might have gotten a glimpse of me just a little bit ahead of time, because I did join Jose last night. The night of arriving back home, I joined Jose for Dark Souls 3 on his stream, just kind of casually, but this is my first stream back. Yeah, so I went away for 10 days. I don't talk too much about the trip itself because I don't want to dox my girlfriend where she is and all that stuff. So I don't talk about specifics of where I went too much. Although I did stop through New York City, which I guess if I say that, it rules out it rules out that as the fact that, that's not where I ended up in the long run. But I stopped through there. And it's important to my story because I was originally supposed to come back here on Sunday, but the early morning, it was supposed to be like 9 a.m. on Sunday. I was supposed to get on a bus that was supposed to bring me part way and then transfer somewhere, and I'd get on another bus part way for a while to get back home. And it was going to be a long trip, but it was all in one day. However, morning of, they were like, sorry, due to extreme delays, we've had to cancel your bus. Which is lovely to hear day of for a traveler. And then they were like, we'll give you the option to either refund the ticket or switch to a different bus. And I'm like, all right, fine, I'll switch to a different bus. And it's like, sorry, all the buses going in your direction are completely full and sold out. I'm like, okay, lovely. So what you're saying is your bus is canceled and you're stuck there. That's what you're saying. It's like, I would have preferred the extreme delays. You're like, due to extreme delays, we canceled. Like, I don't care. Give it to me 4 hours late if you need to. Don't cancel. Don't leave me stuck where I am. So I had to improvise, all right? Jose! Welcome back. Good to see ya. Hello, hello. So yeah, I had to improvise, and I had to like Uber to a nearby location, and by nearby I mean probably about like 45 minutes out from where I was, so it wasn't the most cheap Uber. And then I had to walk from where I got dropped off for a while because the positioning of where they had their transit system in this new place had been moved. So I walked about 40 minutes to the transport place there because I saw that they had a local bus that would take me all the way to New York City. And then New York City happens to be a bit of a travel hub, so by the time I was there, I was like, as long as I can get to New York City, I'll be able to get back to Boston just fine. So I had to ride a bus for a really long time to New York City, and then I stayed overnight in New York City, and then the next day I finally made my way back to Boston. But yeah, it was a lot, and I got a big bruise on my shoulder where I was carrying a backpack. Yes, I was wearing it over one shoulder like a cool guy. I shouldn't have. But I was wearing it over one shoulder, and the backpack had 2 laptops in it, plus a bunch of other stuff. So it was very heavy on one shoulder for a lot of walking. And I was out in the sunlight, so I'm very lightly sunburned as well. And all my muscles ache. But I got excellent exercise. And well, I'm back. Safe and sound. Now, let me see what you guys are saying. You're all throwing a fuss about something Nidhogg said, so... check it out. Oh no, it's about what Jose said. Etchy is back. What? Where, Jose? Pio says, how cold was it there? Every time I go somewhere East Coast, I freeze. It's weird, Pio. Wait... It's been really cold lately, but today it was 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So, like, we've had some 50-degree weather recently. In fact, I think part of yesterday was 50 degrees, but today it was 80. So I actually went outside today, and it was super hot. And then when I came back home, it felt like AC was on in my house. But I actually don't have... I don't have central air. I don't have AC in my house. I have heating, but I don't have AC. We have individualized units for individual rooms, which were not affecting most of the house. But that house felt like it had AC on because it held on to the temperature from like the previous day. And today was so much hotter. It just felt like natural AC on the inside. It's weird. So it was a little bit cold during some of my traveling. Not freezing cold, though. I don't know what temperatures you're used to. I don't think we're that different from the West Coast temperature-wise, are we? Maybe the alien is just thin-skinned. Do you have to wear really big coats, Pio? I'm like a furnace myself. I just am constantly releasing like a ridiculous amount of heat. I've had people comment on that all throughout my life. They're near me, I'll be wearing short sleeves in the cold weather, and they put their hand near me and they're like, it's like warming my hand by the fire. I don't know. It's probably something wrong with me. It says every time I go outside I explode. Kinda same. Pio says, oh my god, I forgot about Etchy. Alright. Well, I gotta mention Nini-chan. Some of you know Nini-chan from Pio's stream. Ninbro. Recently did sort of a test stream and was testing out a bot. All right, a bot that could engage in conversation with TTS and everything like that. And that bot learned my name as Etchy. Nobody told it that. It just read it and assumed that's what we meant. And it kept referring to me as Etchy every time it talked about me. And it bullied the heck out of me. And I'm like, why am I bullied everywhere that I go? What is this? And I tried to fight back, but it only made it worse. And Pio happened to be there, so... That's great. Now I can never live it down. That's okay, though. We'll have another collab stream with Pio one of these days soon, and I'll bully Pio again, and we'll be okay. Even things out. Hey, Hey Mark, how's it going? Good to see you. Well, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Yeah, New York City, as long as you can manage to get there, you're pretty good. Everywhere has a path to New York City and back. Zol Nid Hugs doing. Hey, I hadn't scrolled up far enough when I said that, Jose. I just saw him being like, wrong word, Jose, wrong word. And I assumed it was you then, and then he that he was like, what's the other thing? Jose, please, and I was like, oh, maybe he said the wrong word and was potentially offensive. I gotta read this. Floofers, how's it going? Hi, I'm probably gonna go to sleep soon. Hope you had a good vacation. Gonna be on for a bit though. Welcome, Floofers. I'll try and get to Elden Ring before you leave. It's nice to see you. I hope you've been resting well. Big jacket. Oh, you're the same, Vision? You're a little furnace too? Yeah, I don't want to tell that story. I was about to. You heard me pause there for a second. Sometimes my brain goes over something I was about to say and it filters it out. I'm just gonna let you guys wonder. Nid says, doesn't that mean your name is sexy? Isn't that what that word means? Is ecchi? Yeah, I'll Google it for you, Nid, alright? I actually don't know the direct translation of that. I know the direct translation of hentai. That's pervert. Let's see. It's just another way to say perverted, but its connotation is not as strong as hentai. That's what Google says immediately. I don't know if that's the most direct translation, but I'm gonna go off of what pops up without me needing to click anything. It's good enough for me. Pio's like, bully me? I'm wholesome. See, that's, you know, I'm learning, Pio, but Pio's gotten me a few times because Pio will, like, gaslight me and bully me and then suddenly be like the nicest, most wholesome person to me for a while. So I'm like, wait, was she ever truly mean at all? Was this all in my head? Is the alien actually nice and wholesome? But I'm on to you, Pio. I know. And also, I like you, Pio, and I want to play with you again. And I just bully people that I like, so it's gonna happen either way. L, hello, how's it going? Good to see you. Welcome home from holiday. Thank you. I wish it was actually holiday. I did work the entire time. My entire normal work week, I worked it. I didn't get out of that, but I was working in a different location and my girlfriend was there, so it's nice. Nice all the same, even if it isn't, you know, a true vacation. Having to rely on data this time, so you're watching at 160p. Hope I don't miss anything important. Nothing's important here. It'll all be on the VOD anyway. It says, I've been teasing ASMR streamers by completely ignoring their vibe and talking like a pirate. That is, that's, interesting, Nid. That's an interesting practice. How's that been going for you? Usually I would be like, no, to completely ignoring a streamer's vibe, because they don't tend to care for that, but that sounds like it's ignoring their vibe in a way that would create funnies for them too. I could see that working. It'd be very funny. It sounds like it'd be. And now I'm gonna use this moment. I know this is very sudden. I'm gonna use this moment of having caught up on chat here to actually pause our lo-fi and start up the game. I've found that I have to like take these brief moments. It's like it calmed down for just a second. Now we're gonna start up Elden Ring. We can continue to catch up. That's one thing that I love about Elden Ring. It's a great streaming game because people love to see it for the exploration, for the challenges, for the reactions to new stuff if you're playing for the first time. But it leaves you a fantastic amount of time to talk, to chat, without talking over important things in the game because there's very little dialogue. And the dialogue that there is doesn't last too long, so you can pause and listen to it and then just get right back into the chatting. It's nice. And I'm not gonna lie, I've been missing Elden Ring too. Let me plug in my controller, actually. It's one thing I forgot to set up before the stream. You guys are gonna hear that sound. You like this sound? Hold on. Dun-dun. Plugged in. Thank you, Haruru. I actually, I have changed the category. Oh, thank you also, L. Appreciate it. Aussie accent. You like it? I'm not gonna try and do an Aussie accent right now. I'm always afraid I'll offend people trying to do accents. Occasionally it comes out anyway. Like sometimes when I pull certain voices out of nowhere, when I'm just like randomly voicing characters, some of them will have accents. I don't always make that decision. Sometimes it just happens. And I go with it if it happens, but I usually don't sit down and I'm like, I'm gonna try my best Australian accent. I feel like I wouldn't get it well. Although listening to some other people's attempts, I feel like I might get it better than them. And that's an easy thing for me to say, being someone who's not planning to attempt it. This just gives me power without having to prove it. Anyway. Here we are. Category should be updated. Screen is shared. We're not having the same kind of scuff that we had on the streams where I was like really tired leading up to me going out of town. So we're good. It says, yeah, I was being careful not to disrupt the stream, but I was talking like a pirate. That's funny. I even like constantly throughout time, people who have been here for a long time know, I've constantly like teased the notion of potentially doing an ASMR stream at some point, because some people here have been dying for that. I've had a lot of requests for that, especially back closer to when the ASMR Redeem became a thing. And I've also had a lot of requests to please never do that. But the voices of those who ask to please never do that have slowly converted into people who want to have it happen. And there seems to have been less and less saying don't. Now, I think the differentiation would come on whether or not I was doing it as a serious ASMR stream or as a jokey one. Because if I was doing it as a jokey one, that was also somewhat horrifying for me to have to do, you guys would eat it up. But if I was doing it as a serious ASMR, and like trying to give you tingles, and like whispering into your ear or making mouth noises or whatnot, it starts to cross with that intentionality. Is that the word? Having it have that intention crosses it over a barrier. You know what I'm saying? For people who would cringe at ASMR, it crosses over that cringy barrier where people who wouldn't want to hear it for real are suddenly like, oh no, this is awful. Stop. Hey girl, let me whisper in your ear, yeah. Exactly, Jose. Elsa, it's time for me to tap out now. I'm back at my uni place, so I'm very limited in terms of internet, so bye for now. Bye-bye, El! Thank you for stopping by. It's nice to see you after all that time. Pio says, I don't think I've seen your ASMR stream. Well, I've never done it. I was talking about a theoretical one that for a couple years now, some people have been asking me to do and some people have been asking me to never do. And I've always been like on the verge of doing it or not. Like I don't know whether to test it out. Even in this period that I call my experimental period here on Twitch, where I'm in the hard working arc and trying out a bunch of new things, I'm like, do I really do an ASMR stream? And I guess that's going to depend on you guys a little bit and what you want. Ad break about to start, by the way, for those who don't have subs. Just as a warning, about 15 seconds. Probably less for you because the stream has a delay. So I see 1 minute ASMR. I'm going to hold off on that until it says the ad break is ending so you can all hear it. Ricky B. Tarnished. So, where I was last time we played. Now, it's been a while, so I don't remember everything. But I do remember that we went to, I think it was what was it? the second church of America, I believe. It's like up in this region. Yeah, second church of America. And we did battle with Eleonora. The Bloody Finger Eleonora or something like that. And she dropped Eleonora's pole blade. Now this looks like everything I've wanted out of a weapon in this game, more or less. It's a fancy bleeding weapon. It's got arcane in it. The blade actually looks like it's affected by blood rather than just, you know, it causes bleeding like the Uchi. And moreover, it's a twin blade, which I recently decided was like the way that I wanted to play. And we had spec'd into this twin blade. Now I don't quite have the stats for Eleonora's was it pole blade. I need 19 arcane and I have only 10. But I do think this is the weapon that I want to use. It seems like it would be. We got higher dex, we got some strength. I could respec to use this right away, or I could just try to work toward that 19 arcane. I'm probably more likely to do that. Don't worry, Ned. I'm gonna wait until the ads end and you're back. I just got the message that the ads have ended, but I'll wait to hear some confirmations from people who went away. There you go, you're back, Ned. Welcome, welcome. Nid says, actually, hold on. You know, I missed what a few people said. Let me scroll back out before I get back into the game. Ricky B. Tarnished, you finished Ronnie's quest? Yes, I did. I also finished Fia's. We finished a bunch of people's quests. Ricky, not only are ye tarnished, but ye be maidenless as well. Ye need to get your money up, not your funny up. Alright. Nidhogg. It's a good thing, it's a good thing Elden Ring automatically puts me in the mature category, because it looks like we're about to get R-rated in here. Welcome back from the ad, everybody. Floofer says, yeah, pretty sure I'm going to bed, probably gonna watch the VOD sometime tomorrow. You get your sleep, Floofers, it's important. I'm sorry the time zone or the timing of my streams just is usually a little bit too late for you to catch it all live, but I do appreciate you coming by, always. And sometime we'll get some live judgment from Flashlight Chan again. Akon, I'm sorry, that's your fate. Sorry it had to happen that way. Alright, we actually have an increase to our flasks. Interesting. So we're up at 13, I think. We need 55,000 to level. Since I want to work toward that arcane thing, I do know we're holding on to a good amount of runes here, so I say let's burn them. Let's just burn them all. I'm not going to do any fancy calculation here. It's not going to get as many levels, I don't think, because we do require quite a few, and I've been holding on to some smaller ones for a time. But we'll see how far we can get there. Wait, you still haven't unpacked all your vacation stories? Well, we'll still talk while we're in Elden Ring. Elden Ring presents a fantastic opportunity to still talk. I don't have a lot of vacation stories, though. I doubt that you were still doing intermittent fasting during the trip. Did you eat good stuff? So, this trip happens every couple of months. It's been longer now than it usually is between these trips. I don't know if I should eat these. I'll do it anyway. I got 7 of these. Maybe it'll take me to 2 levels. It's been longer this time. It's not going to take me to 2 levels. But, I do it to go see my girlfriend who goes to university out of state. But I'm just going to be straight up. It's not in a very vacation-y place. There's not, like, the most fun stories around there. We do what we can to make it fun around the university and things. But she's there for the university, not really for anything else. So I don't tend to come back packed with really cool stories. Probably the most interesting story was the travel difficulties I had on the way back that I was talking about, but that's not a very fun story, is it? So I do have a few things I can mention, but for the most part, we hang out together, we watch some shows, anime, we play games, we go do some activities, we eat some nice food. I was still kind of doing intermittent fasting, and she kind of is too. She got on board with that as well. So we tried to not eat at too weird times, but sometimes it just happened. One thing I did find, though, might not mean as much to you guys as it did to me. And let me go up to the Altus Plateau to at least do some exploration while we talk here. This is where we were. We don't have a Grace right there, so I'm going to go maybe... I don't know, I'm surprised we didn't catch any Grace around here, but I guess I'm going to go here, and I'll start heading up in that direction. So I'm really into strawberries. That's come up in the past. I stopped bringing it up with a little bit of a sour taste in my mouth because of reasons that I may or may not choose to expand upon, depending on how petty I feel while I'm telling this story. But it was somebody who graced our community with their presence at some point earlier. Spoiled that for me a little bit, so I don't bring up strawberries too often. But I love strawberries. And perhaps a little bit more shamefully than saying I love strawberries, I love artificial strawberry taste a lot. I'm a big fan of, like, strawberry milk. Is that a Knights Cavalry? Hold on, I need to find out. Are you a Knights Cavalry? Are you a boss? You are, aren't you? Hey, sir. Oh, God, half my health. Maybe this shouldn't be the first fight that I do in weeks. Anyway, I love strawberries, Mr. Knights Cavalry. I also really like pistachio stuff. So you guys have probably heard me before say, like, pistachio ice cream. Great. Pistachios themselves, pretty good too. But again, like, in sweet things, delicious. And I'm a big fan of coffee and coffee-flavored things. I've talked about enjoying tiramisu on my stream before. Now, where am I going? When I was in New York City, I had to find some food because I got there real late at night. This was after having to improvise some of my travel. And I stopped in a little pizza place that was open late. They were fancy pizza. And they also happened to have some desserts available. And what did they have? They had a pistachio strawberry tiramisu available. Like, combination of like 3 of my favorite things. Where did this guy go? Oh, there he is. Pistachio strawberry tiramisu. I've never heard of anything like that before. I honestly didn't even know if it was gonna work. But I had to try it because it was just a combination of a bunch of stuff I liked, and it was delicious. The slice they gave me was very big for my money, which I can't complain about. But I often can't go too far with sweets. Like, I'll have them, I'll be enjoying it like crazy, and like every bite is just a dream come true. And suddenly I'll take a bite, and I'm just like, okay, I'm clearly done with this now. You guys the same way? It's like, it doesn't fade off. It doesn't fade away. It's like, this is the best thing ever, and then it's like, oh, I didn't really like that bite. So that did happen with that. I didn't eat the whole thing. Man, this guy's taking a beating, huh? Ow. Run! I didn't know he was gonna attack back. The first time I ever knocked a Knight's Cavalry off his horse, he immediately summoned it back. Maybe I should get off. Here. Oh, of course. Of course. Fine. Be that way. Be that way. I can fight you on foot. Hit. Hit. I'm good. Hit. Oh, you're gonna hip check me? I can deal with that. I got more stamina than your horse does. Okay, fine, run. You coward. You're gonna disappear on me? How dare you disappear on me? How dare you? I didn't leave the arena, you did. Alright, I'm sorry. Got a little mad. You guys, we're talking about pistachio and strawberry and tiramisu. Anyway, it was good. That's the end of the story. But everybody likes to hear about good food, right? The place also had a delicious caprese pizza. They were selling it by the slice, so I got some slices from a few things. Give you an idea of how it was a little bit fancy. They had the caprese pizza, which isn't that uncommon, but also another one that I tried there was a mushroom and truffle pizza. Very good. Marissa's pistachio strawberry tiramisu parfait is out there. Really? I had never heard of the combination before. Yeah, Pio also says odd combinations, but why not? Are you also fond of the artificial strawberries, Pio? Looks like you might be. It's so good. I'm not always like the biggest artificial flavor guy. But I don't know, artificial strawberry is just, it's tasty. Also, I'm kicking butt. Either I'm doing pretty good having come back from vacation or like refreshed, or I'm just like a little over leveled for this area. Possibly both. Possibly both. You like the artificial strawberry flavors better than the real strawberries? I'll admit, I feel the same way. I do like real strawberries, but they tend to be just a little sour for me. I have to get like the perfect strawberries, because I'm not big on sour. I'm very good at handling spicy. I think I handled... I think I traded all of my ability to handle sour for ability to handle spicy. Matreus! Matriachi! Hello! Happy freaking birthday, Matreus. It is Matriachi's birthday today, so I have to call him Matreus a couple times at least. I know that's not even how to pronounce it right, but he's never really, like, coached me on how to pronounce it right, so that's the best I got. But everybody wish Matreus a happy birthday. How you doing? Good to see you. Did anybody celebrate for you today? I don't really have, like, a thing. Like, Jose's got a thing. I don't really have a thing. You know what I'm saying? You don't, because you're going to take it out of context. But, every time somebody comes in and it's actually their birthday on Jose's stream, he has a little ritual. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who doesn't know. You can see it when it's your birthday. But he's got a little ritual he does. I'm sort of thinking, I got to start doing that. Not the same ritual, mind you. But I want to get one. And by the way, Matreus, since you weren't in here right at the beginning, I'm kind of working right now toward being able to use Eleonora's pole blade. Because it really seems like everything I want in a weapon right now. We're just talking about some travel stories, which I don't have too many of, but I had some good food, so it's always nice to talk about that. I did also go see the Barbie movie. Aegon says, for some reason, artificial strawberry flavors give me migraines. Oh, I'm glad that doesn't happen to me. I'm fairly migraine prone. So plenty of things give me migraines. I've been spared of artificial strawberries being part of that. Oh god, there's an omen here. I think this is an omen. That's just been my guess. Nothing has confirmed it for me. Because it fights, like, Margit, who is the only person I've had, like, officially labeled as an omen. Well, you know, you say no one listens, Matreus. But I can't listen if it's never said, you know? Other people's negligence is being projected onto me for your name, and I am left with only the best that I can manage. You said several times yeah, but okay. So Matreus, Matreus, that just hasn't been enough, I guess. So Matreus, Matreus. I'll do my best. I'll learn it one day. Moth rice? I think that's probably fairly far off, Haruru. But if I can think of something here, Matreus, perhaps having to do with my Elden Ring gameplay, some way to recognize your birthday while you're here, I'll do it. Oh god, the weird crying guy down here is back. For some reason I assumed he'd be a one-time kill. I don't know what he can do. Oh, hi. I was like, I hear something. He was the furthest we went last time. So I did the Second Church of America. We dropped down there, we fought him, we left. I didn't go any further into that forest because I had to stop. So that's why I've come back here. This is roughly where we were when we ended last time. Where's a good place to drop down? I thought I dropped down somewhere around here, but I guess this is fine? It is, okay. I've been watching Jose play Dark Souls 3 again recently, and it's got me questioning fall distance once more. You know what? I don't need to kill you. You didn't give me many runes last time, and honestly, like, you were kind of scary. And I have 40,000 souls. And I sort of felt bad, a little bit. Because he's just crying by a flower by a gravestone, and apparently isn't even a one-time kill, so... Why should I fight him? I thought that said Margit's Rise for a second. Not gonna lie. Touch Phantom. Done. Touch 3 Phantom Crests. You found a simple map. Interesting. I think I found a Phantom Crest last time. By accident. Is the simple map in here? Mirage Riddle. Simple map taken from an imp statue. A riddle concerning a rise that vanishes like a mirage. Okay, cool. Actually, I think I exited out of that a little too quickly. So it looks like one's up by the church. Or maybe not. Oh, that's the rise. I get it. Okay, then I know exactly. Because the one I thought I touched last time was like over in this corner. So that's cool. We're gonna... Yeesh. I'm thinking I might make this into a little bit of a stealth mission. Let's not interact with any of the weird drooly men. They're minding their own business. Why shouldn't I? I think there was one in this upper corner that we touched last time with a bunch of like imps around it. And I actually assumed it was a spawner, I think. Because it seemed like there was a bunch of imps appearing. And maybe it stays touched, actually. Because I don't see it over here. Try east. Maybe it does in fact stay touched. But there was like a bunch of like ghostly imps appearing around it, and I thought when I touched it, they stopped appearing. It's like, okay, it's a spawner. It's an enemy spawner. Interesting. Turns out, it's part of a puzzle. Alright, so... Oh god! I'm like... I was ready for it. I'm like, there's an item laying on the ground there. So I was about to say so about. Oh, he got hops. Alright. So he does what I assume is Death Blight to me. Oh, you're gonna turn your back, huh? Is that how it's gonna go? That was a bad decision, mister. I'm like a tiger. Alright? You don't turn your back on me, 'cause then I pounce in your moment of weakness. Golden Rune 3. Man, they just put that there to bait me. Okay, so this is... I'm trying to orient myself here. The map, I don't know if it's actually going by north, south, east, and west the way that it's oriented. Let me take a look at it again. Yeah, it's definitely not. That's oriented differently. Okay, so it should just be this direction. Wiki pounces? I do. Oh no, God, 2 of those guys. Who are these strange denizens of the forest who puke death? That's horrifying. They got like worms coming out of their face. Alright, are we oh God, there's a lot of them. I'm a little bit concerned. And I'd assume by the way that the map is oriented that I need to continue to go east, and that person's message said try east. There's a Grace over here. So let's go for that first, because this area is a little terrifying. And I don't want to lose these runes. There's like 3 of them patrolling over there. Like, one of them I've been able to deal with one at a time, a little bit scary. 3? I think I'm just gonna get like instantly death blighted. And I gotta assume that that's an insta-kill. I don't know. But it's called death or death blight. I haven't had it happen to me, so I don't know. It usually says on the screen. But typically anything that the basilisks do is an insta-kill. Azrael, dude! Dude! Good to see ya. How have you been? Have you survived the 10 or so days since I streamed last? What's a fun build-up? Death Blight? Yeah, it's Matreus' birthday. Oh, I see a ghost imp. I'm on the right path. So Matreus, before you said something about like challenge runs not really being your kind of content. In Elden Ring, perhaps in any Souls game, or perhaps in any game, I don't know. Is that challenge runs, or is that like specifically things like a no-hit run? Do you like things like randomizers and various handicap challenges? Oh, look at that. It's a good thing I jump on rocks. I probably wouldn't have noticed this. Kind of startled me a little bit. What the, yeah. Do you actually like the randomizers? Good. Good. That's why I was asking. Because I want to do some challenge runs with Dark Souls 3 and probably Elden Ring later and things like that. I'm not a big no-hit kind of guy. I think that would stress me out way too much, and I'd put like so many hours into the game just to get hit once, and I'd be so like that doesn't sound fun to me, but maybe to watch, I don't know. But the kinds of challenges and randomizers I want to do are the ones that would be a little bit more hectic or funny, and I might try some of those out. I'm gonna go let Darius out, and I'll answer your question after I return. Azrael dude, can we get some accent Dariuses in chat for the first Darius interruption we've had in like 2 weeks? I'm back, and highly disappointed at you all for having not done Accent Darius's in chat while I was away. Now I have to do it. Aegon, go get your sleep. I appreciate you being here. I hope you had a good time. And here be some Darius's to make up for your negligence, chat. Darius is kind of another story about my travel, I suppose, even though that was when I returned. He is most bonded to me out of everybody who's in the house here. And when I came back, he seemed to have missed me more, and he usually misses me, but he seemed to have missed me more than he even tends to on other times of me being gone. He was so full of love. And was desperately, like, clinging to me everywhere I went after I came home. Like, he came right up to me the second I came through the door. And he's usually nervous of people coming through the door, because he doesn't like strangers or anything. And it takes him a second to know, but he came right up to me when I came through the door. And he followed me around, even though I was carrying big, heavy, noisy, scary luggage. He was following me around. He led me all the way up to my room, which is on the 3rd floor, because he knew that's where I had to go to put away my luggage, and was following me around, rubbing, purring, drooling a little. Those of you who have had mini cats, or oftentimes long-haired cats for whatever reason, they tend to show a little bit of their affection by drooling. And he was just having the time of his life when I returned. It was very sweet. It's like, I don't think I've ever had, and I'm not trying to, this is no woe for me, it's just cats being expressive. I don't think I've ever had a human express nearly as much emotion in missing me as a cat, especially Darius, because he's bonded to me a lot. It was very sweet. Matreya says I don't much like challenges because I rather restrict myself in my own fun way. That's kind of like, honestly, in a way, I'm kind of challenging myself this time around, since I have fairly heavily restricted the type of gameplay I'm actually engaging in. I'm not doing any kind of summoning whatsoever, and I haven't used any type of magic, and I've been almost completely ignoring the ability to craft. I haven't often tried to throw knives at people or other various long-range items. Mirage Rise, here we are. Alright, am I safe in here for me to click off and get back to the chat that I said I was going to get back to? I think so. Let's pause. I gotta scroll up a little bit. Alright, so Azrael Dude earlier asked, so Ricky, how do you feel right now? I feel good. I feel relieved. You missed the beginning part of the stream, Azrael Dude, but I was kind of sabotaged trying to get back home from where I went, because the bus on the day of traveling canceled on me, and all other buses going the direction I was supposed to go to were full. So even though they offered me the ability to transfer to a different bus, there were none that were actually going to go to my destination. So I had to improvise. It resulted in multiple days of traveling, a lot of walking, a lot of that in the sun, little bit of sunburn, big bruise on my shoulder where I carried 2 laptops and a backpack, and a lot of muscle soreness. But now that I'm home, I feel super relieved, and I had a nice time with my girlfriend. So I feel good. How about you? Let me scroll down. I see Nid being confused as heck about the boulder, so I read that. Read the thing about the challenges. Okay, there's Aegon going to sleep, catching up. Trey says, slightly even asked if I was going to do Inktober, and I felt the same way toward that. Yeah, sometimes I think I'd like to participate in that, and then I'm like, I have 0 free time. What am I going to sacrifice literally every single day to participate in something like Inktober or NaNoWriMo or something? If that's even how you say it. Matreus says, oh no, I read that. So what did I miss earlier? Usually when it comes to challenges, I find them too restrictive even when I see people doing them. Ah, yes. Art fight as well, I considered it. I just don't have enough free time. Ezreal Dude says, challenge that I like are the Iron Man, which happens in strategy games like Fire Emblem. Basically, you go through all the story, and if any unit dies, they stay dead. You can't reset. Oh, sort of like a Nuzlocke Pokemon kind of thing, if you know it. Azrael says, aside from that, like Matreya says, I also do some handicaps. Good cat, Darius. He's such a good cat. Pio says, chat, next time when... I'm not reading that. Next time when Ricky, she says, R-I-C-K-Y, in fact, you'd be surprised. She spelled it that way. Goes on another vacation. We have to express how much we miss him? That'd be sweet. But I have definitely conditioned myself to not be ready for any humans to express it that way. It doesn't mean I feel like they don't miss me. It's just, so I don't have the expectation there anymore. I think you said something the other day, Pio. If you learn to have no expectation, you can't get hurt, right? I'm kind of kidding. Atreus says he never listens, only Froggy matters. What do you mean? You know, I knew you guys before Froggy, by the way. Some of you. Azra Dude says, Peony, I already did that, but I'm just a follower, not his real friend. You guys are not giving me a lot of credit here. I feel like a lot of people are presuming things. Automod held a message by Matreus. Let me see why. Oh no. Okay, well, I'm gonna read it. But I'm sorry, Pio. Matreus says, Pio went crazy and began talking about BDSM festivals and public orgies. It was weird without you around. It's like she was trying to channel you. First off, what? Secondly, excuse me? I don't talk about BDSM festivals and public orgies. That seems like it's a bit further than I tend to go. But also, I'm gonna have to look for these Pio VODs. I don't know if Pio saved those. Anyway. Pio, are you there to hear this? Oh, you say, oh? Well, that's all the indictment I need. For that to be your response, I know it happened. Interesting. Fascinating, even. Azrael says, I finally could buy a new cable and router to embrace more than 100 megabytes of Ethernet. Wow! What are you up to, Azrael dude? Megabyte-wise. I mean, that's the perk of living in SF. We get all kinds of crazy events. Craziness happens in the East Coast, too. I feel like it's common in the coastal cities. You know? At least the extreme coast. I don't know about the South Coast. Nobody talks about that. It's East and West. Let's all be real. There's no North Coast. Well, there really isn't. And South Coast... You could or could not make an argument for if there's a South Coast, but all the same, nobody talks about it. 200? Well, it's better. More than double, right? I actually don't know what I'm at. I think I'm at a gig. I think I'm at a gig with my Ethernet, but that's only download. Upload is significantly smaller than that. Sorry I destroyed your table, buddy. I don't know how long you've had that. I just wanted to get to your item. A slumbering egg? Oh, are you just sleeping? I think there was a person with a slumbering egg in Dark Souls 3 as well. Train Chan says hello, by the way. Pio, I'm gonna be honest. I missed your streams too. Unseen Blade and Unseen Form. I think I fought enemies with those. Because I was frequently using Pio streams to kind of unwind after hard work days. Or a couple times as work companion streams, because Pio did some earlier ones. And then when I was away, I was like, man, I'm still working, but I'm not going to my streams. I'm like, where's my Kess streams? Where's my Pio streams? Where's my Jose streams? I missed it. I missed all you guys. Azro says, so what I understand from Matresa's message is that Pio really channels the... What are you gonna say? Oh, the demote me, Danny? With the sound effect? Honestly, it sounds like you're not wrong. I was kind of like, what can I say to that, though? It sounds kind of right. We need a demote me daddy Pio sound effect now? Is that what we need? To fill in for when I'm away? Jose says, Wiki, I was like that song from Soulja Boy, the Miss You one. Pio says, I feel that I haven't seen your stream for a while, and I felt this big void in my heart. I was like, where is Eki? I'll give you one Eki, alright? And not just because I accidentally started saying it anyway. Because you're having one of those moments where you're being sweet, and I feel bad denying you. No, but I'm sure it's not the same for all streamers. A lot of streamers say it. Oh, Jose, thank you.
Jose,
no, please.
100 reuse reduce key.
Why, Jose? Why? Jose, you can feel free to allow Haruru's message to you there. I can't click out so easily. Ikiki. God dang it. Yeah, a lot of streamers say it. I'm not gonna say anyone who is or isn't telling the truth about it. I'm sure not everybody is genuine, so even just the fact that everyone says it, it feels weird for me to say it. But I honestly, like, seriously miss you guys. You've become a part of my days, a part of my person. You're people I chat to regularly, and I keep up with activities that you're doing, and I share activities that I've been doing with you. Why does this feel like a boss would be in this area? I'm getting nervous here. And like, if I've been away for too long, both like fellow streamers and you guys in chat, I seriously miss you. It's just not the same. There's a void, like Pio said. Something in this area is horribly wrong. I can feel it. I just want to approach this tree because I think there's going to be one of those things for my flask there. Something got flagged, yeah. Haruru says, kiss me through the phone? Asking you about the song. But the fact that it had kiss me in there. It got caught. Automod is being a tyrant today. It's like, don't you dare talk about kissing. Just because we're already on a mature rated stream doesn't mean we can talk about kissing. That's too far. Ah. Oh, that's a big one. Oh. Ruru, you need to say smooch. Oh, 4 of them. What the heck? I don't know what to do here. This whole area makes me nervous. Alright, where am I? There's something on the map here that I really wonder about. I don't know what that is. So let's approach it. It's not going to be like a crazy eye, is it? There's some ruins. Sounds like people are still whining inside the ruins. I need to know these guys' lore. There's a number of things I need the lore on, alright? I need to learn more about Miquella. Because I'm intrigued, but nothing's giving me enough information about Miquella. I need to learn exactly what an omen is. Oh, this is like a cave. Interesting. I want to know what omens do. I haven't been able to figure that out yet. And why there are omen killers as well. I'm curious about these weird worm people that spew death. Is there anything under this? Let me see. You always gotta check. Nope, just a pit. Hey, Yuki! Good to see ya!
To at Leopold Blaze for my sub gift.
How's it going? Michaela is what, Matreus? Is what? I'll find out. I'm sure I could probably find more. Yuki, how you doing? It's good to see you. I'm back from my trip out of state. And Haruru.
Harukin, she just subscribed.
Thank you. 13, that's a cool number. Choo choo. Oh wait, there's a hype train? I haven't had a hype train on this channel in so long, I kind of forgot about them actually. Hype train, thank you. That's nice. Welcome back, everybody. I'm so glad to see you. I don't know, I always have like the weird, I guess it's like kind of irrational fear that even if I leave for like a short time, you know, even if it's not too long. What the heck, sir? Settle down. What are you doing? No, calm. Calm yourself. Calm yourself, sir. Calm yourself and die. I have the irrational fear that even if I'm gone for a short time, you guys are gonna kind of forget about me. I think that's common with streamers, because we're in such like a fast-moving world, and like social media and all that. It's like there's so many things to pay attention to that you feel like if you go away for a minute, you disappear from everybody's minds. And I'm a pretty confident guy, but I can't say that I'm immune to that. I was expecting to come back from after my vacation, and my like follower count on Twitch was gonna have dropped a bit, which, you know, tends to be commonplace for when you're gone for a little bit, but it was still gonna hurt slightly because I have that goal I'm trying to reach of 1,000 followers by the end of the year. I actually came back and it was just slightly higher than what it was before. And I do want to say thank you, by the way, to Shuta, another VTuber. Shuta joined while I was gone. Shuta joined the following while I was away and kept the number up. We had one person, only one person, and I don't even know who it is. I don't go trying to track it down because first off, I wouldn't like it if somebody tried to track me down if I unfollowed their channel. I respect people's right to come and go. And secondly, I don't think I want that information. Like, do I want to know that somebody that I knew clicked unfollow? I'd rather just like see the number. So somebody went away, Bird Tree, but 2 people joined, and I really appreciate that. 69 hype. It's 68 as far as I see, Azrael, dude. I don't know if you're gonna get a 69. You're in too many channels, you're easy to find. Well, maybe you're easy to find by somebody else who's also in too many channels.
Just subscribed. Jose gifted
What?
a tier 1 sub.
Jose, no!
They have given 36 gift subs in the channel.
Jose, thank you for the gift sub to Ikiki. I appreciate that. And bringing the hype train to level 2. Pio, thank you for the 100 bits.
_Asterachia Dex 100.
You notice how the TTS almost says Peony? It's like Peony _. If I was a lesser man, I might try to make Peony a thing. Some payback like I did with Matriarchi, except that wasn't payback. Welcome back. Thank you. Honestly, like, I know I'm a little distracted by the game too, because I just so happened to walk into a dungeon as I was, you know, being mushy and thinking about this stuff. Thank you again. Now never leave us ever again.
Now never leave US ever again, Eki.
Never leave US? Okay, I won't leave the United States ever again. That's a lie. Probably at my first opportunity. You'll do it, Peony Astera? It's not gonna catch. We tried with Pony already. Some people still use it. That was a good attempt. Pio's like rubber and we're like glue. Everything we say bounces off and sticks back to... This doesn't work if you say it in this way. The rhyme doesn't work. But you know the basic idea. You know what I'm saying. I'm really glad. Thank you guys genuinely so much though for like being here for me. Like only one person left, and it's probably, you know, some random person. We've had a lot of people on here who have followed and literally never come back to the stream, and occasionally those people like see that they're following somebody they never came back to and they leave, and that's no big deal. That's just how Twitch is. So honestly, like, it was probably one of those, and several new people joined, and I wasn't even streaming. That made me smile. And it also means all you guys stayed and you showed up again to my first stream after 10 days. I'm probably making a bigger deal of it than it is, but it's just like, it's nice after you have random, perhaps irrational streamer worries to come back and see that, because I legitimately think of a lot of you guys, except for one person who's currently in chat right now, as my friends. And it's nice to kind of feel the same thing is coming back. And not that I was just not a streamer who didn't stream for a few days and so you got bored of me and left. You know? One person, of course. You know, whole note was Darth forgetting to refollow. That'd be funny. Man, I have to remember several paths in this cave. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go this way first. Nope, this way looks too big. I'm gonna go the other way first. I always gotta do that. I always gotta say, you know who you are. There's that one person. We're not friends. Keeps everybody on their toes. I can't specify, of course. Oh, I know where we are. Interesting. I should have killed that guy when I had the chance. Hi. Okay, so there was another cave that I went through earlier on, where I was up like right in front of that guy. Fun how it loops through 2 dungeons. Yeah, I figured it must have, because I was looking off the ledge and I'm like, there's something else down there. I probably gave myself a much harder time here by not killing him before, but I couldn't hit him, because as I also have limited myself in such a way that I've really not developed any sort of long range for myself here, except the occasional throwing knife. And I don't think I had enough of them to take that guy out. So I just kind of left him. It's like, he'll be a problem for later. Well, now he's a problem and I regret it. Damn you, past Ricky. How dare you? Genuinely not sure if he means me or not. Then it's working, alright? Everybody should feel that way. It's gotta keep everybody on their toes so they're like, is he talking about me? I have to try to be a better friend. It's me, I know it. Jose says it saddens me when I don't see community members again, but it makes me happy to find their community, that they find a community they can better vibe with. Yeah, I feel the same way. There's been a few people who used to be regulars here that I like never see, but I'll go to another side community and they'll be there having a fantastic time. And I feel like a proud parent. I don't know if it's because of my age. Maybe similar for you, Jose, where it's we're of similar ages. But I'm just like, they're all grown up. Okay, so this is definitely a boss arena. And it looks like it's Crystallians, actually, which isn't that bad. I can see through here. Unless they're like super powered up. I do have a lot of runes. That's the only thing that makes me worried about walking into a boss fight right now. Do I... Yeah, you know what? I go back. I go back. This was a small place. I could probably run straight to the boss fight. I don't want to risk it just in case like 2 Crystallians step toward me and then some giant monster drops down from the ceiling and like crushes them, and that's the real boss. And that's why they made the door partially see-through. To fool you. I could see them doing that. And you all owe me a sub if I guessed it correctly. Alright. How old are you, Ricky? Are you willing to say? I am, but I'm also going to make you do the hard part first, which is to guess. Guess my age. I'm not taking other guesses. It's gotta be from Camo, because Camo asked. Ricky is 4, because that's how high I can count. Alright, Logan's right. 41. 18. I'm 18, I've admitted to illegally drinking multiple times here. Which is not the case. Alright. 29. I am 34. Which Haruru said, but I'm pretty sure Haruru actually just like knew the answer already. I don't think that was a guess. I'm 34. A lot of you knew already. That's why I was like, I have to make Camo guess. Because Camo asked. Yeah, I've never been super secretive about my age. Even though I am definitely on the older side for people in the VTuber community. There's a lot who are older than me. And especially when it comes to the streaming community, there's a lot who are older than me. But VTubing tends to trend a little bit younger. Rookie age reveal. It's probably like the 15th or 20th Ricky age reveal, because I don't exactly hide it. But yeah, I'm 34. I think I even have my birth year. If they reveal it, I can't remember if they decide to actually reveal it or not. But I have my birth year on Twitter, or what is now X. And I had 30 plus in my bio for a while, the same way that people usually put whatever the most recent 10 is, and then a plus after it, so they don't have to update it all the time. In my bio. It's not something I hide. At least I didn't have to guess a random animal. Why, are you particularly bad at that, Camo? Why don't you guess what Chinese zodiac I am? It doesn't have to be a guess if you're, you know, if you put in the time to figure it out, I suppose. Camo's suffering from PTSD. I need to know about this PTSD now. I promise I won't use it against you. Yeah, I was originally a cam streamer, and you know, you can only do so much lying about your age as a cam streamer. I mean, like, I could say I'm whatever age I want to, I suppose, as a VTuber, but, like, I don't know. I don't feel the need to lie about my age. I feel pretty good for what I've accomplished. Hey, look, we're very close on runes and level up amount that we needed. So, I know I need the arcane, even though I'm 39 dex and it's going to drive me crazy because I was trying to go for 40 dex, 40 strength. I think I'm still going to put it into arcane just so I can start using the pole blade weapon sooner. So, forgive me for having 39 out of 40 dex for a while here. That's just how it's going to be. There was a giveaway in Slightly Stream. You guessed like every animal but dragonfly and sloth. Oh no. Got a free drawing from that. You did, Matreus? Nice. Dex user? I mean, I guess. I've got 40 strength and 39 dex. Are you really gonna call me a dex user for that? I got a quality build. Although it looks like Eleonora's pole blade, at least how it begins, is a little bit more of a dex weapon. I don't know if you can change the special weapons like that to quality. I'm not sure. Not sure if that's how it works. I think so. I know you can't change the Ash of War, but I think you can still change it to quality. So I probably will. Yeah. Stop it. Stop. You just crushed that and then ignored me? Alright. Makes it easy for me. Fine. There's a problem with being dexterous. Depends on who you ask. I don't judge anybody for any playstyle. And except jokingly sometimes. in the Souls games. But oftentimes, strength users hate dex users, and dex users hate strength users. And there's a couple of stereotypical reasons why on each side. And then everybody hates int users. Unless they are an int user. And then even sometimes. Your ninja character from D&D is very dexterous, you can climb anything. Hey, nice! I might actually, like, break through my nervousness and play some D&D in this upcoming year. We'll see. We'll see. I've always been too afraid of it. But I'm getting more and more friends who play D&D, and I'm like, maybe I gotta. Trey says a lot of Souls players are strength users because Dex does less damage and requires more skill. I don't even know if Dex does require more skill, though. As somebody who's played as both, it's like... Here's my experience. Dex is weaker at the very beginning sometimes, but ends up being like the kind of user that has some of the strongest damage that you can get. Like, there are many times... Wow, we got a ring blade user. I haven't seen that before. I've seen the spear one. There are many times that Dex users will just outscale strength users in damage output super fast. Especially with bleed weapons. I don't know about some of the other things offered in this game. Oh. Hey, there's the real damage. I was a little nervous what I was doing to these guys. Okay. That's not bad. Stop. Stop. Let me just hit you. But very seldom in, like, the peak of your build, or even, like, just towards it, will a strength user hit as hard as a dex user who's built themselves right. Beyond that, that can also be true of int in a lot of the games. So really, when it comes down to it, strength is one of the weaker ways to play, but it usually gives you quite a benefit early game. If you start strength, you can pound your way through the game easily. So frequently in Dark Souls 3, for example, where I've played just about everything, I almost always start building strength with, what is it called, Wretch? Was it a Wretch in that? No. Deprived. I always start with Deprived, and I start with Strength, and I just have a club, and I ooga booga my way through everything, and then I just respec once I get to the part of the game where you can respec, because Strength is definitely like the easiest start. Although, to be honest, Dark Souls 3 gives Dex players a pretty easy start too. You can just go and cheese Mr. Uchigatana, and and you got your Dex build right away. Now, let me see. I had to not look at what you guys were saying because I was in a boss fight. So, forgive me. We're going to give a second here of Alt-Enter. I'm going to click over here and read. Okay, let's see. Camo says... Oh, no, I read that one. Azrael Dude says, I'm not even playing those games. I don't know, I just follow the memes. Yeah. Int users are the real enemy. That's how most people feel. Again, even the int users feel that way usually. But not for the reason you think? Oh, I see. Is it for their use of emit force in Dark Souls 3? I have done that a little bit. Jose says it's fine, Wiki. You can say you hate my playstyle. Jose, are you identifying with Dex now that you've just picked up a Dex weapon in Dark Souls 3? Because you've always been a strength guy. Yuki says it's very fun, at least with a good group you're comfortable with. It is. Yeah, I've heard that. I got scared away from it because I tried to get into a group of it way back in like 2011 or something like that, and the DM went nuts on me before I even played. Basically, like, he thought that I was gonna ruin the entire game, and I hadn't even created a character or anything. I guess he just didn't really want another person in the group. And I've been kind of afraid of it since. Leo says we can run through some one-on-one one-shots if need be. Yeah. I mean, the more, like, of a comfortable way that I can get into practicing it before I do a real game, probably the better for me. Ease in. Trey says, curved swords or katana Dex owns for a long time, even without bleed. O-daggers also destroy other builds, it's just hard to build around. Yeah, my first run of Dark Souls 1 was bandit class, and the dagger carried me like crazy. It says, I just pick up a big sword, kiss my wife, and stab shit. I like the fact that you inserted, I don't want to use that word, the fact that you put the wife part in the middle there. Camo says, honestly, around the first time I played D&D, it was when I was first having serious thoughts about my identity, being non-binary, and it was a very good tool for feeling out different things, playing as different characters. I've heard, and I also really love fantasy for that. There was this game that I started creating a long time ago, and I still have plans to do it, but I had to put it down because I realized that it was just too big, and I didn't know how D&D inspired it was until after the fact, because I never played D&D, but I got like parts of it from old like games that I had played. Like there was this straight up D&D, was it Shadows of Mysteria, maybe, was like an old fighting game. Not like a versus fighting game, but like a hack and slash Streets of Rage type one. I got a lot of inspiration from that and from Dragon Age and various other things that I later found out had all taken inspiration from D&D. And I had these ideas of playing as all different kinds of heavily customized different creatures, including things like fairies and tree people and stuff that you usually don't get to play as, and all these like cool identity things you could do. And I was talking to some of my trans friends and stuff, trying to like come up with some cool non-binary ways of saying some traditional stuff that's used in dungeon things, but this was a long time ago. There's probably more terms now, but it wasn't really being used then. But I had to put this down because this was this game that I got all these fancy thoughts about so much that it exploded in terms of scope, and I had to be realistic about the fact that I was never going to achieve such a scope by myself. And if I tried to work on that, it would end up being a project that took all my time, never got finished, and I'd be really disappointed. So instead, I put it all on paper. And I'm keeping it for someday. And there'll be some modified version of it eventually, but right now I gotta keep things scoped down to something that I can realistically do while working and as a singular game developer. But that's there's gonna be elements of that influencing games in the future, for sure. Atreus says not to mention a bow in the start. Oh yeah, for Dark Souls 3 as well. That's true. And, like, honestly, you don't need any more than Deprived in Dark Souls 3. The game feeds you well. It's a tough game, but it gives you equipment at the beginning. Camo says, also D&D is just a great excuse for me to make goofy characters and be very silly. That is something I could get into. He says, ooh, Wiki-chan kun senpai? Excuse me? Trey says it's the fact that int users are strong, but they only use 3 spells in their OP from the start, while other spells are literally garbage. Yeah, you mean like the giant homing soul masses and things like that? Oh no, he's going weeb. Logan says quality is one of my favorite playstyles just because you can use most any weapon. Yeah, I love quality. That tends to be what I go for these days. Like almost all my Dark Souls 3 builds when I'm not trying to like do something fancy just for fun It's quality. Do anime cows go moo-woo? I'm sorry, Yuki. We were having a good conversation, but I don't have any choice other than to ban you after that comment. Do anime cows go moo-woo? Like, you have to know the consequences of your actions, right? Yee's always been a weeb, I see. Mark says, oh man, are we talking about D&D? I've played like twice, but I have a really funny character I've rolled up that I'd love to play again. Yeah, I'm trying to get over my fear of playing it since I got turned off by a really scary DM back in the day. Like, over 10 years ago. 13 years ago? 12? Camo says, if you ever need a writer in the future, like a word writer, not code writer, let me know. Oh, okay, alright. Too bad you're banned now. Goodbye, everyone. God dang it. Alright, I've caught up. Thank you for the brief intermission. It's funny, if we're on an interesting conversation, and then I go into a boss battle, it backs up quickly. We get lost in the sauce there quickly. Did I not rest? I don't have all my Estus or full health. I guess it doesn't count. When they return you to the start, it doesn't count as like having traveled. Is it worth going back down inside? I guess. I kind of want to rest. Go into the boss battle wondering if anime cows go moo-woo. Luckily, I hadn't read that before the boss fight, or I'd probably be completely unable to play it due to the sheer curiosity of what anime cows sound like. Totally serious, by the way. Honestly, I don't want to say that. Never mind. I had like 5 various different versions of something that I could say about anime cowgirls, and none of them were something that I wanted to say on stream, so I'm gonna leave it there. Leave it to your imagination. That's just like enough. Alright, so there's some ruins nearby here that has a weird crying worm face thing in there. I think we're gonna investigate that. Just say it. I'm afraid not. I'm afraid I will not be doing that. I shoot myself in the foot fairly often for entertainment, but there's some things I can't abide by me saying. It's not necessarily even like the most inappropriate. It's more like the sounds that might have come out of my mouth if I wanted to get the point across just right. I can't live with that. This is a horrible idea. What am I doing? Hello? What you up to, sir? Please don't tell me you didn't notice me. What the heck? Elden Ring stealth? Hello? Oh, that's a fast build-up. God dang, stealth in this game. This game is so much easier than Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne, I swear. Elvana, wait! Since when did you get here? I'm not sus. I was specifically keeping it not sus. That's why I filtered that out of my mouth. I didn't say it. I said nothing. I mean, you've watched Monster Musume, so it's probably viable. I have never admitted to watching Monster Musume. Camo says, no matter the stealth system, it can't be as whack as the Warframe stealth system. I don't know, it's hard to compare. I've played Warframe. Are you guys, like, serious here, or what? Like... Is this, Like, this area should have been severely threatening. But, okay. Give me the easy dub, I'll take it. Gold-tinged excrement. Lovely, thank you. Your implications are what make it sus. Well, there's no proof. There's no proof. It's not like... It's not like, who am I gonna throw under the bus? Can I throw Kess under the bus when she's not here? It's not like Kestralia talking about having people send her pictures of their thick cake for their birthday, you know? And eating all the thick cake. You like being under the bus? You sure about that, Yee Yee? You want cake? We all want cake, Camo. That's not the point. Leo says, it's okay, anime I've definitely seen and enjoyed worse. Monster Musume? I wouldn't necessarily know, because I've never admitted to watching it. It certainly wouldn't be one of the 3 animes that I've ever actually finished before. Which, by the way, I'm working on a 4th. I'm watching through Kaguya-sama? Love is War? Any likers in chat? Anybody enjoy that one? Streamer promised to buy chat cake. I did not! Since when? I know it's Matreus' birthday, but... You're getting cake for your birthday, Matreus? Lucky. Incantation ahead. It's on your list, okay. Nobody here actually watched Love is War before, though? No Chica viewers? I find that almost a little disappointing with how hard you guys all wanted me to learn the Chica dance at one point or another. Incantation ahead. By the way, no trap ahead. Alright, no trap. Let's see. Wrath of Gold. Interesting. I'm definitely reading that. Chica looks cute, made you want to watch. The funny thing about that, like, Chica definitely seems to be the most well-known character from the show, but Chica is not even one of the main characters. Not really. I'd say Chica's, like, depending on how strict I want to get about the hierarchy, Chica's maybe like the 3rd tier of main character. Possibly 2nd tier. But not even main, for the fact that everybody knows Chica from that show. Chica's who I knew as well. But, it's just the way it is, I guess. Chico's popular. Superior Erd Tree Worship Incantation produces a golden shockwave that knocks back nearby foes. Charging increases the size of the shockwave. This sounds like what happened to me after my day long of traveling on the bus without a restroom. The incantation was discovered when the Elden Ring was shattered, and it was feared as a sign of the Erd Tree's wrath. Okay. Wrath of Gold, 32 faith, so that's not happening for me. Haru says, I finished Love is War. Did you like it? I have not finished. I'm like... I think I'm on the 1st episode of Season 3. I haven't watched it yet. So I think Season 3 is where I'm starting next. You're saying your pants exploded from waist buildup? I'm not specifying anything. I'm just saying that it's like what happened to me when I finally got to actually get to my hotel, you know? I just had to pee real bad, alright? I don't want anybody making it... There's so many ways to make it worse than what's actually the case. I just had to pee. And it happens. Try traveling on a bus all day and not needing to pee. By the way, I gotta stop taking buses. I'm doing that to save money. Because I don't worry about the time too much. They're convenient, they're cheap. But man, when you're like 6'3", and I know many of you have experienced this, being 6'3" yourself. When you're like 6'3", your knees are pressed into the seat in front of you. And then if the person who's sitting in the seat in front of you decides to start shifting around, like, and their chair keeps pushing back a little bit into your knees, your bones get slowly ground into a fine dust. And it doesn't feel too good to have that support you anymore when you finally get up after 5.5 hours of solid drive, and then have to stand up for an hour in line to then get on your next 4-hour-long bus ride. It's not super recommended. Ah, yes, I'm 6'3" all the time. Yi is also 6'3", yep. You're thinking Chica was the main character and you watched it and you're like, who are these people? Yeah, that's sort of how I was, too. Atreus says, I'm trying to figure out which anime to watch next. Love is War is a contender, but so is Visions of Escaflowne. I believe is the right way to say that, but I don't actually know for sure. It's a word I've heard people pronounce differently. I don't know that anime. I'm trying to remember where I've heard the name before, because I don't think it was in relation to the anime. Something else used that same name. So I don't know whether to recommend that or not, but I will say that Love is War has been quite entertaining. I seldom find myself able to finish animes that I start. Like I said, I finished 3 anime. So I know animes isn't really proper, but we don't have a good plural for anime. If I say I finished 3 anime, that sounds less proper to me than me saying I finished 3 animes. I don't really know what's better. So I'm just gonna keep saying animes. But I've finished only 3 animes, but I've started like so many that I wouldn't be able to count them here. It's just usually anime tends to have tropes that I can't stand for too long. I don't mean that insultingly, it's just like things that I'm not into usually tend to show up and turn me off of what I'm watching. So I don't stick with anime that I start most of the time. Love is War I've stuck with, and I'm happy to have stuck with. It's not completely free of the tropes, but it uses them in a good way. And I think that's the case with most anime that I've enjoyed. In fact, like, as much as I don't like some anime tropes, some of them are really what makes anime anime, and I would feel sad if they weren't there. Even ones that I don't always like. It's just a matter of whether or not the writers and the theming and the situations and all that are set up actually got those tropes right and used them in a clever way or not. I think that's really what it comes down to. Natsume's Book of Friends is the best anime of all time, unless Magu-chan, God of Destruction, gets an anime, but that's very unlikely. I haven't heard of either of those. That sounds interesting. Natsume's Book of Friends. Is it a slice of life one? I tend to like those a little bit. Like Death Note, perfect slice of life. Atreus says, we'll see, I started Rosen Maiden, so I'll have to finish that first. Gotcha. Isn't anime plural as well? It is. And it's one of those things, like, if you look it up, which I have before, I'm not gonna lie, everything will say, oh yeah, anime and animes are both accepted as plural in English. It works different in the Japanese language, but you know, whenever Japan takes one of our words and gets it to really work in their language, they adjust it as well. They adjust the sounds and the way they work with it. Words get adjusted for the language that they've been worked into, so Americanese, anime and animes are both acceptable as plural, although animes tends to work a little bit better with the English language. But it's kind of strange ultimately to use that, just because it's really not a plural word. It's a thing. You can get around it a little bit by using it as an adjective. Instead of saying anime or animes, you could say, you know, I watched 5 anime shows. Oh, hi, sir. You've stood up. Good to see you. You're a little bit more active than some of your friends. Oh, you spit long distance too, huh? Oh, you're very active. Interesting. Help. Don't step on me. Yeah. Sheep is singular and plural, but cow is singular, cows is plural, and they moo-woo. God dang it, Matreus. I can't ban you because it's your birthday, but god dang it. Natsume's Book of Friends is a slice of life with supernatural stuff. It's like Ghost... Whoop. Went away. Can't read it. It's scrolled. People have a lot to say when I bring up anime. And I'm happy to hear it, because I want to watch more. I love anime art style, clearly. It's been a huge influence for me. And I think that there's a lot of, like, types of stories that anime is uniquely able to tell better than others. Like, what else is going to tell something like Dragon Ball Z, for example? Or, like, Trigun, or like, you can do those things live action, kind of. Obviously, like, comic style is probably the second best. You know, manga is pretty good. Some people would say that's better than anime. I'm more of a, like... I like to have the whole scene presented with music and audio and voices and all that, so I actually prefer anime over manga, but... it's still the same style, really, so I'm not even differentiating the two here too much. You just, like, there's some stories you can't tell as well in another form, or at least you have to change them up significantly to do it. Just doesn't feel right. And there's huge anime influence on, like, all these action games, because once again, like, certain types of action is really displayed best if you take an anime approach to it. So I really, like, want to enjoy more of them. So I'm constantly on a search. And there's some that I really like a lot. Like, I actually watched a ton of Dragon Ball Z, and a ton of Trigun, and a ton of Yu Yu Hakusho, and a ton of Inuyasha, and a ton of Rurouni Kenshin, and all these ones. I just can't claim them on animes that I've watched all the way through, because I watched them... And I'm gonna do another Alt-Enter here, because I want to catch up. I watched them as Cartoon Network would allow me to see them. With dubs, sometimes in very random orders, sometimes having to figure out, like, where in the series I am compared to other things I saw already. I can't be guaranteed that I saw any of the episodes of any of those, and I definitely did not watch them through in order. So, there's a lot of ones I've enjoyed that I haven't, like, I can't qualify as having watched them all. And they're older, of course. Everything I just mentioned there was older. Death Note I've watched through fully. Strangely, Fruits Basket, I watched that entire thing. Mostly because, like, friends were watching it, and I just happened to be there for all of it. I'm not, like, that crazy about Fruits Basket, but there were parts of it I liked. You know, some unconfirmed anime that starts with Monster I've watched all the way through. And now I'm working on Love is War. Why strangely? Because it's not really my cuppa, Jose. No judgment to anyone else, but it was like, it's an odd one. It has a lot of tropes that I don't care for, but I actually finished it. So that's why strangely for me. And let me go see what you guys were saying. Let's see. We gotta do this click out. I know eventually if I keep growing I won't be able to read everything everybody says, but I like to right now, okay? I like to keep up. What tropes? I don't know if I want to start pulling out the tropes that I hate, because I feel like I'm gonna make people mad. Because they're things that... there's a lot of them, and they perpetuate... perpetuate, that's not the word I'm looking for. They're common in a lot of anime. I don't want to, like, make any... I'm like, everybody can like what they want to like. It's just, like, personally annoying AF to me. Azrael says, and Ricky, I will say again, I recommend you My Dress Up Darling. You still haven't even tried it. Yeah, that's because usually the only reason I start anime is because, like, Froggy's interested or has watched it already. But I do have My Dress Up Darling on a text file because you recommended it, and I wrote it down on a, like, anime recommendations with some things other people mentioned too, so I have noted it. Camo says Natsume's Book of Friends is a slice of life with supernatural stuff. It's like Ghost Whisperer, if you've seen that, but very atmospheric with some occasional comedy, a little bit of danger, and some very heartfelt moments. That sounds like one I could enjoy for sure. Huru says that's why I'm fairly certain you'll like Recreators. It has the tropes, but it also uses it in an interesting way to tell the story. There's like, that can be done plenty and I'll enjoy it. You almost never get the tropes to be gone. There's plenty of games that have been inspired by anime that I've played that have had those tropes everywhere, but it's got good gameplay and the story's good and all that, and they use it in clever ways. I still like that. Yuki says Natsume can see yokai and was ignored and mistreated as a kid, but he slowly finds his place in the world. Hey, that sounds nice. Mark says, how is anime not plural? I've watched some anime. Does that sound weird? They're both recognized as plural. Although it's not even used as a plural in Japan either. Are we doing a ban speedrun with the moo-woo? Moo-woo is the ban word of the day. I wish I had the balls to just ban you guys off a word every time. I'm worried about what happens with random bans for fun after what happened to Azrael Dude for 2 weeks that one time. Because as much as I try to hide it, I still care about the guy. I still care about Azrael Dude. Betrayus says, I have a list of pre-2000 anime for you to watch. I'd take it. Camo says, I'm gonna DM you about Natsume's Book of Friends on Discord because it would be a crime against all good things in this world if you do not at least consider watching it, because it's so good and will warm your soul. I will take it into strong consideration, Yuki. Betrayus says, like Slayers, I love Slayers. That anime still affects me today. Oh, interesting. Goblin Slayer, second season. Isn't Goblin Slayer, like, kinda sus, Azrael Dude? I don't know if the anime is also. I've heard things about the comic, or the manga, excuse me. Leo says, I can concur with Camo Yuki about Natsume's Book of Friends. Okay, okay. Fun fact, Lena in Dota 2 was an homage to Lena in Slayers, who is modeled after Audrey Hepburn, really. Interesting. I've not heard much about Slayers, to be honest. I considered My Hero Academia for a while, and then, like, everybody was like, the fandom is awful! Run! And I'm like, alright, I mean, I don't know if I'd be part of the fandom, I was just gonna watch it, and they're like, run! He says, I got my wife into One Piece, she's on episode 650-ish now. That's a commitment. Elvana says, Sag, I love those types of videos where they critique tropes. Alright, maybe I'll do it for you sometime, Elvana. I'm worried I'll, like, go off for the rest of our time here. At least spend the next 2 hours critiquing and standing in this one spot. Well, an Elden Ring category, if I go on that, but maybe I'll put it into words. Because I do enjoy doing some good critiquing, as long as it's kept tasteful. You're more familiar with Naga the Serpent, you say, Jose? There's a lore reason behind her character, it's a weird lore too. Uru says, if you give me the tropes, I can probably find an anime that at least have it reduced. Potentially. You enjoyed Natsume's Book of Friends too, Pio? I'm getting a lot of good recommendations for that one so far. Any Mob Psycho enjoyers? I started that one, and it's kind of appealing to me, but I'm only like a few episodes in. A very different type of anime, but we're talking about like yokai, so relevant a little. Let me scroll down. Goblin Slayer is just sus at the beginning to cause impact afterward. It moves away from that. I see. Episode 1 is sus, but goes to normalcy after that. Gotcha. Camo says, the world of Natsume's Book of Friends just makes everything feel more fantastic and worth admiring. I see. Jose says, it may touch a bit of the topic, but honestly, after the first couple episodes, it just goes to action, adventure comedy. That could be fun. Slayers is a medieval fantasy, tons of magic. Gotcha. I love My Hero Academia at first, but it fell off quite a bit for me. Oh, I see. Leo says, Mob Psycho's great. Oh, okay, good. Camo says, I like Mob Psycho. I watched it somewhat recently. The biggest thing I heard about Mob Psycho before I watched it is that one of the characters was like winning the sexiest man in anime on the, or like the sexiest man in, I forget the exact, like I thought it was in anime, but then I remembered his opponent was like, Sans from Undertale or something like that. I wasn't really following along, but it was something like Tumblr was doing or something like that. and I heard he was winning, or did win. Slayers is kind of old, but classic. I mean, I'm kind of old. Mob Psycho's good. Slayers is nostalgically good. There's a lot of ones I want to try out, and I feel like my tolerance is also increasing. Like every additional anime that like slips through that I watch more of it, I become a little bit more tolerant to the things too, because I've had more time with them, even if it's a trope I don't like. Haru says, I finished Mob Psycho, you'll enjoy the animation that goes in the fights. I do like good animation. I'm not always into the fighting anime, but if I get into it, I really like when the animation is awesome. I saw some awesome looking animated cutscenes for, I think it's called Epic 7, gacha game, mobile. I didn't know anything about the game, but just after seeing a couple of the cutscenes and an ad, I was like, this looks beautiful. Should I try this? And a bunch of people told me no, so I didn't. Maybe I should get less influenced by a bunch of people, but I don't have a whole lot of time. So if people are really like, no, don't spend your time on this thing, I take that into consideration too. Yeah! Why are you strong? Slash. So I'll go ahead and say like one of the things I don't like. And I know a lot of you will look at me weird. Because there's this big thing in anime. Maybe some of you will understand. Some of us are a little older here. I don't know if it's age related or what. I make a lot of sussy jokes and things like that. But I don't remember like the official terminology for it, if it's like demisexual or whatnot. I can't remember. But I really only get attracted to people like personality first. It's not that I don't see any physical attraction. That physical attraction by itself can't do anything for me. But I'm really not big on a lot of fan service. Now, maybe if the anime's point is fan service, and I'm watching it for that reason with that in mind already, then I'll expect it, and so I'm fine to get it. That's occasionally been the case. But there is so many serious animes with serious stories out there that have a really intriguing like plot line, and I'm really there for that. And then like they'll just throw a ton of scenes of like somebody walking into the room as somebody's getting dressed, or like a gratuitous like locker room scene where all the ladies are half naked, and we get all these intrusive camera angles. Well, the conversation is just about something in the plot, and like that's fine. I don't judge anybody for liking those things. That's not how I'm approaching this. It's just like for me, I don't know. I see that and I roll my eyes. It kind of like bugs me when it happens too often. Like if there's a scene, you know, in one episode it happens, whatever. But there's some I've started watching, and it's like, even some that are, you know, mech shows. It's like about the Gundam battles or something. And it's like every episode has to throw in scenes of somebody like, you know, sexily undressing from their their uniform, or taking a shower. Ecchi anime art for you then. I like some ecchi. And like I said, like if it's about it, like if that's the point, like if it's ecchi for being ecchi, it's not to say that I couldn't enjoy that. If I'm in it for the fan service, I'm in it for the fan service. But I just don't really like all my serious anime being interrupted. But like if Death Note had the same exact story, but every episode decided to like have a sex tease in it, I don't know if I would have stuck with Death Note. That's all I'm saying. And a lot of people, like, I figure you guys are all mature enough to approach that, and I'm going to click out again. Sorry for anybody who's here exclusively for Elden Ring. I hope there aren't too many. I hear walking, so maybe I'm not safe here. We got to watch out. I'm going to scroll up. But, yeah, I'm glad that I see some of you guys kind of, like, at least understanding, if not agreeing, because a lot of people out there on the internet will be like I've literally been called a tourist. I'm sure some of you have seen that. There's a lot of, especially certain types of people, and I'm not going to get into it too much, but there's a lot of people out there on social media who like to call you a tourist if you have the slightest problem with anything that tends to be in a lot of anime, or that they consider something to be in a lot of anime, but it's just the type of anime they watch. And they're like, you don't belong here. Why are you even a VTuber? I'm like, man, I was just stating an opinion. I wasn't trying to fight. Anyway, let me see what you guys are up to. Camo says, I feel like Natsume's Book of Friends is a very healthy anime, if that's the right word. I think it omits a lot of the odd tropes in mainstream anime. It's just a great story with incredible atmosphere. But I could be blind in admiration. I mean, honestly, like, if it does all the rest awesome and then has some stupid tropes in it too, I can excuse it. You know? This just has to be a balance, I think. Uru says the cutscenes are just to show a new part of the world. Mostly gameplay animations are different. Ah, gotcha. Ricky, just like me, for real with the attraction, Nid. Elva says, yes, I agree, like Fire Force. What is Fire Force? Is that agreeing in terms of like the game drawing you in with animations, or was this when we were talking about like excessive fan service in the middle of a serious plot? Alright, here's the talk about ecchi. Camo says, I'm pretty sure there's actually zero fan service in Natsume's Book of Friends, unless you count pretty boys just existing. No. And I'm not a prude or anything, which is usually like what people like to jump to. You know, everybody likes to jump to the extremes when you say something like this. I'm fine with some sexy. I don't mind that. It's just like, it just feels out of place sometimes. It's all about context. P.O. says, I get really uncomfortable when an anime gives fan service scene. There were times that I just exit out immediately and never watch the anime again. That's happened to me a lot, P.O. That has been a cause of a lot of me starting anime and then stopping it. Jose says, that's the reason I stopped watching Fire Force as well, especially because of that character, since it was its only trait. Oh, okay, that kind of answers the Elva question I had then as I got down. Elva says, a lot of anime has that, and they don't have an ecchi tag. Yeah, I've noticed. Because seldom do I go for that tag. Pio says, I really liked Maid Dragon in the beginning, but then after too many boob-related fan services, I just quit watching. Elva says, exactly, I had to stop watching, it was too much. Yeah, they just overdo it. And like I said, context is key. You can you can have that stuff if it makes sense. This is in the right spots. It just gets annoying to me. I think I'm like past the age where I get super excited about seeing a boob. You know? I don't know. Maybe you can't go past that age. Maybe it's just like personality type or attraction type that I have. It's like, you're not gonna suddenly gain points with me, anime, just because you've undressed the character in the middle of a combat scene. Like, come on. Why does the man just get like frayed edges to his sleeves, but the woman has to have her bra exposed through like the sword slash and things like that, or more, you know? Guru says, nah, they don't belong there if they think every anime needs lewd. Yeah, a lot of people talk about like, oh, this or that is the foundation of anime, and if you don't like it, you're a tourist. Like, oh boy. We're talking about very different anime. Fire Force is very Bob heavy. I see. Fire Force has a character whose only trope is getting undressed, like literally that's her superpower. Yeah, so that's the kind of thing that bugs me. That's like encroaching on, oh, well, that's like the kind of thing that I gave, man, I can never even remember his name. Gave the Metal Gear guy a hard time for creating like quiet and stuff. It's like, come on, man. Camo says one girl has a quirk where her clothes literally just fly off. Yeah. Oh boy. Trey says, I like Girls Bravo, but not a fan of freezing. That's my limit. Oh, I see. Freezing. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what that means. That's your limit, though. Noted. I'll find out what it means. Uru says Fire Force is fan service, but I'm sure the fan service is due to the character's background. Camo says, I did like the action in Fire Force. The animation and sound was pretty neat. Me, the first time I saw Booba. Gasp. Me, the nth time I saw Booba. Yeah, that's why I kind of took it back a little bit. I'm not trying to imply that you mature out of that, because there's nothing wrong with always enjoying that. It's just not always for everybody. That's why I'm like trying to be real careful not to insult anybody, because I mean no insult. This is all just personal stuff. Camo says, I mean, I enjoy seeing Bob, but there's a place for it, you know? It's weird having it in the middle of a story I'm trying to experience. Yeah, exactly.
Darth!
Good to see you! We're talking about anime. Wait, why are we saying disgust? Alright, I'll get down there. You mean IRL though, Jose, yeah. Nid says, I solemnly swear that in my video game all characters will take the same amount of clothing damage during combat. Yeah, if we're gonna see jiggle physics for one, we gotta see jiggle physics for the other, Nid. I'm on board. Don't even remind me of Food Wars. Oh god, I've seen scenes. Jose says, but Riki, you don't understand. Quiet needs to be undressed since she has a condition. What, do you want her to suffocate? Yeah, I know. I've heard his whole rant. He's like, wow, you fans are awful for giving her a hard time for needing to be naked because she's got a skin condition that she can only breathe by photosynthesizing and splashing around in water. It's like, you made that up, though. You made that up. I could judge it. Jose says that's the dumbest reason I've ever heard one. Yeah, exactly. Why you disgusted, Darth? Also, 39 months? Jeez, I didn't realize we were there yet. We're almost 40 months. Darth is one of those in here, 39 months on a 39-month streak. Has been with the stream about as long as you possibly could. So I really appreciate that Darth. Man, we're about to hit 40 months, huh? That's big. I might have to do something for 50 months. Oh, maybe. We'll see if we got any other, any other celebrations around there. It says Nidhogg's biceps and pecs will be on full display. Scout's honor. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Biceps and pecs. Anyway. That was a nice talk. I gotta hydrate, because I talked a bunch and then I read all your messages quickly. So, my throat's actually a little roughed up. This is my first stream in a while, so I'm gonna hydrate, and then we're gonna play some more Elden Ring. Yuki's disgust also works as a good judging emote. I don't disagree. We have ASMR mode and Nya here now. Yuki says, there's also that character in My Hero Academia who has to expose a ton of skin area in her hero costume so she can produce larger objects with her ability to create things at will out of her body. Nya. Yuki must be a different Yuki than me. Nya. Yeah, it is a different Yuki. Nya. It's never a guy, is it? Nya. It's never a guy who can't breathe unless they're naked. Or has to remove clothing to make their superpower work. Yeah. Not that I'm, like, necessarily saying I want to see dangly bits everywhere, but, you know, equality. Yeah. What does the stream become, alright? So, I don't want to fight everything in this forest. Like, those guys will be a pain if I activate them both at once, so I'm trying to leave them alone. But there is still more to be explored. This thing usually creates a ghost that I have to follow around, and the ghost always inevitably walks through the most dangerous things. Think about like the Sealies from Genshin, for anybody who plays that. I'm sure I have not cleared the forest enough to make this viable. Yeah. You actually do have emotes though from when you started streamed somewhat frequently, like 5 years ago, yeah? Oh. So if we went and subscribed to Camo Yuki's channel, we'd have emotes, yeah? Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah? I'm gonna approach this after, but it looks like there's a giant one of those worm guys. So if I die there, I want to have done some of the rest of this exploration, so I'm done. Yeah. Hey, Sealies aren't that bad. Wow, gnome escort quests were worse. Yeah. They probably were. Sealies really aren't that bad. Yeah. But if it's an escort quest, it's probably easier than this case in Elden Ring as well. Yeah. Okay, so I did explore this spot. It just doesn't light up on the map. Gotcha. Yeah. Everybody go subscribe to Camo Yuki for some secret emotes. Oh gosh. You gotta look out, Yuki, what you say here sometimes. We raided Pio one time when she was offline. We did the same with Froggy back in the day. I think I did that to Jose once, too. He says all I heard was Eki wanting to see more dangly things. Fan service scenes from anime. If that's what you want to hear, you know, go ahead and hear it. Hey, look, windmills. That's interesting. It's a little ominous here in the... in the mist. Is there perhaps a grace somewhere on this side of things that I can grab before I go, like, attack the big thing that's gonna barf death all over me? That might be nice. Just so I don't have to clear that whole area again, or, you know. Just a grace. I don't see one over there. Trying to look for little bits of light. Guess I gotta look off the ledge too sometimes. It would be off a ledge. I'm hearing some weird sounds, but I think it's from down there, so... Or maybe up there. Either way, I don't think it's immediate danger to me. WoW and EverQuest escort quests usually end up charging enemies way higher level than them. I, very nearly started EverQuest. I purchased EverQuest back when it was on a CD. DVDs hadn't come out yet at my local Toys R Us, but I just couldn't really like figure out how to get started in it. I think I booted it up and I got lost and bored and didn't really get started. So I never got the EverQuest experience, but I did almost. Almost. Never got into WoW, but watched some of it. Camo says I do need to be careful. First, I have to guess your age. Now you tell people to sub to me? Yep. There's consequences for interacting in my stream. Golden seed, yay! I probably need like 4 of those to get a flask charge. Maybe even 5 at this point. Man, this is pretty. But boy, do I wish I saw a Grace around here somewhere. There's just a lot of death barfy guys, and no Grace. I feel like I must be close to one. It doesn't seem like they'd have this whole area and no Grace. Not with how generous they've been with Graces in this game. But I guess it's not that big a deal. I'll approach the tree. Like, worst comes to worst, I just need to ride my horse through here. Yeah, so there's the big guy. Maybe I can sneak up on him. Woodfolk Ruins. Oh, I didn't get that name before. He's so big and intimidating. EverQuest's your first MMO ever, followed by Ragnarok Online. Nice. I think my first, like, proper MMO was RuneScape, because I kept almost getting into them, but then not. Damn, the boys just beat my Fury in D&D. Chads. You're watching my stream while playing D&D. I'm kind of flattered by that. I can't sneak up on you, huh? Or I can, you just stand up first? Man, you're big. Intimidating fellow. Hey! Oh, the vomit. Oh, worm face. Really? Ow. Oh, God. Oh, okay, well. That's a thing. So, that's what it looks like to get death blighted, apparently. You grow barbs of tree inside yourself and explode. Wow, that guy just like instantly covered me in death. I couldn't get out of there. Interesting. Also, worm face. Like, haven't I literally been calling these guys like the weird worm face things? I did not think I would be I'd be calling their name, but I guess they just kind of like named it how it is. It's got worms coming out of its face. It's worm face. Gotta be simple sometimes, I suppose. Your experience in this game is really branching out. Wiki finally branched out. I think if one more person says it, it'll become even funnier. Any takers? Run! Alright, am I far enough to not get instantly deathed? Because I gotta take this guy out too. Yep. Oh god, he just covered that whole place in death. You're a tree. Stop. My throat's gonna die. Oh god, I can't approach this guy. Like... Look at that. That's all insta-kill status. What am I supposed to do? Oh! You came to me, huh? Take this! I didn't get you. Oh, you got me. Oh, and you still left Death Barf on the ground. That's fun. Ow. Okay, stop. Stop. Don't grab me. I don't want to see what you do on a grab. Why are you doing it 3 times in a row? 4 times? Dude. Stop it. Alright? I don't like how I'm waking up everything else in the area. Please. He's a tree hugger. Come on now. Alright. Sweet child, come to me. Alright. He backing off. I don't want to wake your friend though, okay? Here, we can still do this. I didn't mean to offend you. Here, come back. Yeah, there you go. You're back. Run up to me. Yeah. Enemy felled. He felled right over. We got Crimson Spill Crystal Tier and Speckled Hard Tier. Alright. We almost got Death Blighted again. We have officially murdered Wormface. That was a little stressful. He did kill me once. He didn't feel good. Hug the trees, Wiki. It's the definition of tree hugger. Haven't heard of. I've heard of them. I am kind of curious what he would have done with the grab, to be honest. but it probably would have killed me. I assume it would have like instantly death blighted me. Did I check out this ruin already? Let me see. I don't know if I did, but I didn't get like the rolly guy. Yeah. Nope. Hold on. I need to get rolly guy. He was my priority, man. I didn't care about the death blight. I just needed to get the guy. All right, fine. That's fine because we're right near there anyway. All right, let me see. Am I still tracking good? Let me restart my program anyway. I've learned that like once per stream, my face tracking kind of like gives up. Should be good now though. There we go. Why bonk? What did I do? What did I do to have my head made sore? Hmm? Alright, where's this guy who vomited on me last time? Oh, he's over around that side. Gotcha. I see you. You're just automatically set up to vomit over there, huh? So cool. You're so cool. Ash of War Golden Slam. Is that a butt slam attack? Like a golden butt slam? Golden Slam is a fun one. It looked like a butt slam. I gotta be Crash Bandicoot up in here. Was only trying to fix the model. You know the old saying, if it doesn't work, hit it until it gets fixed? Oh, he was only trying to. I see. Mario build. Beast blood. Alright, so I think we're getting to the point where this area has been somewhat cleared out and we can go toward the windmills, I think. I can't say that I've explored over here much, so let's give that a quick view. A little bit to the west and then north of here. I know there's a lot of folks just kind of like crying in this forest here. I assume they're called the wood folk. Although maybe they're just worm faces, since the boss was called Wormface. But maybe he was just Wormface, king of the wood folk, you know? I don't know. I don't know their culture. I'm not here to judge them. We just got to the wood folk ruins, and they seem to be the only folks here, so... These guys are just like, kill them before the death blight sinks in. Gotta love that all of these guys have gold-tinged excrement, huh? I was hoping to find a place to farm for that. Alright, so I have a few things I intended to read. Let's read about that butt slam here. Is it not an incantation? I guess not. Is it an Ash of War? It is, okay. This Ash of War grants an armament the Sacred Affinity and the following skill. Golden Slam. Skill of the avatars who protect minor Erd trees. Jump up high into the air and crash down on the ground ahead. The resulting pratfall sends golden shockwaves in all directions. Usable on all melee armaments. Okay. So if you want to slam your button to people at high force, like this nude man in the image pictured with a big shine right between his cheeks, you can. Good to know. Having Dex Claws with Golden Slam makes no sense. Why not? You telling me if you're a claw user you can't give something a good butt slam? Nobody should be denied from being able to have a good butt slam. I appreciate that they let it go on all melee weapons. Who is that guy attacking? Calm down, sir. Altar, you actually took the hood off, did you? That's rare. I actually feel my voice starting to go a little bit because I've talked so much this stream, and I haven't streamed for a while. I keep muting to cough. You guys don't hear it because I spare you from that. It's good though. My throat needs a workout. Get back into shape. Can you stop dropping slugs on my head? They didn't even hurt. It's just embarrassing. Alright, where are we on the map? So mostly north of here is where I haven't looked. So let's go a little bit more north. I'm sure there's like little crooks and nannies here that I haven't investigated. But I don't really want to fight all of these guys. Any one of them could easily kill me if I fought the fight just a little bit in the wrong way. A death blight is a scary thing. Tri-finger but whole. Too bad that game didn't live up to the Stick of Truth. I'm not a South Park fan myself. Again, no hate toward it. But it looked like they did a phenomenal job on making the South Park games be games that felt like South Park. Like, it looks like you're actually just controlling an episode. Which I feel like that should be the way for any of those things, right? I don't care about Family Guy, but if I saw somebody make a Family Guy game and it looked like you were controlling an episode of Family Guy, I'd still be willing to say, hey, that game looks like it's made well. Well, I might not like the topic, but can still appreciate the effort. Nothing happened to your friend, he just exploded, sir. Natural causes. You don't need to investigate. Look at him. All nosy. So nosy for somebody who doesn't even have a nose. Do I want to fight? I don't even want to fight him. Why? Why would I? There's nothing to gain. I got the item already. This is gonna be kind of stealthy through here. The less death bar if I can get on me, the better. Like, yes, it's like the status runs out, but imagine my character, okay? You know, I doubt when that status bar goes away, they've got the entirety of the death barf off of them. It's probably just like starting to harden on their armor a little bit. It stinks. We don't need to add to it. Rachel's been through enough. There's some weird uncomfy sounds coming from over here, so I need to investigate. It's devil time. Let's see if they survive. Good luck killing all your friends, Nid. I respect it. I'm still gonna collect all these golden rune ones. I can't resist the shinies. Nearly level 100 if I'm not there already. And I still gotta get all the shinies. Am I being attacked by a boar right now? Come on, man. Alright, what level am I? 97? And how long do we have in the game? 97 hours. I've been even, like, amount of levels and amount of hours basically my whole time playing this game. It's funny. I don't know how that happens, but I've been told that's like a pretty good pace. Okay, so we have a little crater area over here, which wouldn't be that unreasonable to see another boss in, except that there has been a boss so recently. Have you been to the second church yet? You saw me, didn't you? Last time we were on stream? Eleanor's pool blade? That's what I'm working toward right now. I don't have the arcane for it. Yeah, because... No, you were here, weren't you? You had to have been betrayed. I'm pretty sure it was you who were like, oh, there's something here you'll want. And then I got it. And I was like, I think I might use this instead of whatever ROB is. And you were like, honestly, I think it would be more interesting for you to use that because ROB is too overused and overrated. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll spec for that. I'm pretty sure we had this conversation. You must have just been too tired. Matra was here. Yeah, I'm like, I totally didn't make this up. And I didn't have this conversation with another person. See, I listen to what you say, Matreus. I apparently even remember things you said that you don't remember. I care about what comes out of your mouth. Or figuratively, I suppose, when you're typing it. Yeah, you probably were tired. You came in more toward the end of the stream, like it was around when we were wrapping up. And I had already gone over, so it was probably like midnight 30 or 1 o'clock here where I am. I don't know. You're what, 3 hours earlier maybe. And it was like the last thing I did on stream. I think you were about ready to pass out, so understandable. What is this little nook that we've found over here? It's interesting. Okay, there is a place for a torrent jump to happen. I like to be thorough with the exploration. I am curious about the windmills that we saw before, but like this is the last place that's sort of like sticking around here as part of this weird swamp area with the crying people, the wood folk, I'm gonna call them for lack of a better term. And it seems oddly separated. We at Uwu Cats Incorporated greatly appreciate Uwu feedback. I don't know, I'm not sure what it is with Darth Vader. It's the fact that I don't think about it because he does it like literally all the time. Somehow I read Uwu-fied things that he says, and then after the fact I'm like, oh wait, I just read an Uwu-fied thing that he said. I didn't intend it. I didn't Nintendo. That's alright. Darth just subscribed at like 39 months, so I'll give him that. You're embracing the Uwu. Guys, I'm working on my next model, by the way. You already knew that, kind of, and it's still gonna be forever until anything comes from it because I'm not at the level of professional drawing that I want to be yet. But there's a chance it might end up having cat ears. I've told you guys. You've gaslit me into it enough that I'm like, maybe I should be a cat boy. Maybe I should be. That's not an admission, though. It's not an admission unless it actually happens. Ooh. Where are we? We're up here, which I don't think I've ever been I don't think I've ever been anywhere on this level. It'd be nice to find a Grace somewhere, you know? It's a lot of ground covered without a Grace. I feel like I'm missing something. I see some fellows over there. There's like a bunch of ruins and stuff this direction, which I could look at. It heads into the Gelmir region from a different path, which would probably be useful. Maybe that would get me to Rykard. Any Graces, perhaps? There's a Grace nearby? Okay, cool. Lighting doesn't produce gas. Saying I just made that up, it's all in my head. Ezreal, is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? I did this backstab animation, but it was treated like a normal attack. The Souls games still always have that issue. Once in a while, that always happens. Once in a while, that always happens. You heard it. Anything on this bridge worth jumping for? Okay, there is an item. Touch me quickly if you want to be saved. Hello, HR. I'd like to report Ezreal, dude. Stimulating boluses? This is not the time I wanted to pick that up. Gaslighting? The chat has never done any gaslighting. You lost context. I didn't. I know you're talking about Grace. It's just still, like... Listen to yourself. That's almost like something I would say. We got some giants pulling a carriage over there, but that's too far off for me to pursue. I do want the item, but that'll have to be a later time. Man, there's a lot of soldiers here. But honestly, like, soldiers... You guys can't do anything. Listen, you're just not a threat. This is like the weak area. I don't know how you're just like right next to those people below. By the way, nice job noticing your friend's death right next to you. You guys are just so unaware. Bye. You guys having a conversation? All right, keep having it. I'm just gonna overpower you with stealth. And by stealth, I mean jump R2. Like all good Dex users. See, that guy's actually investigating his friend's death while I run around. He's like, something's up here. Yeah, me. And then I come down on your head. Going down on guys' heads is my middle name. It's not a very good middle name, but I don't know, it's what I'm known for. There's like a grave over there. Darth says, thank goodness Teams has an edit function. I just oofied a work message. Yeah, you know, at my job, Darth, I don't know if you're familiar with this program. I know some people here have done some programming. We use Visual Studio as our IDE for programming. The number of times that I have very nearly said VTube Studio when talking to coworkers, including in meetings, it's gonna happen one of these days. And that's kind of a damning thing to bring up. Because there aren't too many reasons you know about VTube Studio. Now, chances are they wouldn't know about VTube Studio, but if somebody did, you're gonna be like, oh, you a VTuber? I'm gonna be like, of course not. No, like, why would you even suggest such a thing? You're the one talking about VTube Studio. Are you a VTuber? And they're gonna be like, yeah, I'm Iron Mouse, They like, oh wow, I didn't recognize your voice. You a boob tuber? I have heard that term going around now. People are like, should I call myself a lewd tuber, or should I call myself a boob tuber? Or a V-boober. That's another one some of them have said. V-boober. Like, I don't know your life. Free, totally not trap items? Bunch of, like, free carts around? Nobody's gonna shoot a ballista at me or anything, right? What are we? We're very, like, close to the Gelmir region. I don't want to go too far this way. Trace was like, there's a Grace nearby when I was over there, and I'm not seeing one over here, so I may have gone the wrong direction for a Grace. Been quite a while. Can't you just steer the convo by saying Forgy was one? I could, but then I'd be damning my girlfriend. into saying that she was a VTuber. It's like, do I expose myself or do I expose my girlfriend to others? That's the question all boyfriends should ask themselves. Man, there's some ruins right here, and I don't know if I'm having the shiny, like, distracted by shiny things syndrome. I'm sure that's the official name. I keep seeing things, I'm like, I can investigate this thing, and then this thing, and then this thing. It's like dragging me away from where I was actually going up here. And, so far, I've not found a Grace. There is a stake. Oh, this isn't a stake. Okay, well, we're in the Writhe Blood Ruins, which sounds just lovely. It looks like there's a nice array of different flavored rot dogs around here, which is good. Oh man, another rot dog. Coming to investigate the death of his rot dog brethren. Oh, and another one. Good. This place just looks like a lot of fun. Oh no, he noticed me. Rot dog, away! Did you hear that too? You did. The guy's got some good ears. Best thing I can think of is how my sister uses it. I'm sure I could make some excuse. Or I could just be like, yeah, I'm a sexy 2D man on the internet for money. What of it? Do you think I don't represent the government well now? But then again, I wouldn't want to lie to them about the whole sexy thing. Maybe it would throw them off the scent, though. Or they'd be like, I don't think men can be VTubers. You a big rot dog? That's scary. Didn't know you came in other sizes. Just other flavors. So far I've not been bit, but I imagine that I would get rotted very quickly by these dogs. And it just takes one little slip up. I don't know if these are rot slimes. I've never had to deal with a rot slime before. Don't worry, it's raining. Does rain just like wash away rot in this game? I don't see how that's related. Golden Roa. Have I gotten those before? They don't sound familiar. Are you eating a slime while it's alive? I'm sorry if I interrupted a nice time over here. It wasn't my intention. Where'd that skull go? Did I just, like, send it flying, I guess? Oh no, here it is. Can you imagine in 10 years or whatever, Senator exposes being a VTuber instantly wins election? Yeah. It's like... I know I'm running for president, but I feel the people must know I am Iron Mouse. Every VTuber is Iron Mouse, right? I might have missed a memo somewhere. It still is always weird to me when I have, like, battle music for normal enemies in this game, because I'm so used to the Souls games not doing that. Okay, I did get hurt by a slime there, and it did not do any scarlet rot to me, so I guess these are not necessarily rot slimes, or maybe it's just that not all of their attacks do it. Someone has an Iron Mouse obsession. I don't really... Hey, Froggy! Hello, hello! I don't really watch big streamers for much time. I think Iron Mouse is fine. I haven't heard anything wrong with Iron Mouse, and the stuff that I've seen from Iron Mouse seems entertaining. I just don't really spend a lot of time in big streamers' streams because I have so many like small streamers that I want to support and not a whole lot of time. So I just don't tend to experience them. There was a couple I used to check out, but not so much these days because I've gained even more people that I follow who are smaller, and so there's almost always somebody or two who are active. And unless you use, oh, god dang it, unless you use some kind of third-party program or something like that, or several browsers, there's a few tricks. You can only really support 2 Twitch channels at once. That's just how it works. 2 live ones, I mean. Obviously, you can subscribe to any number of people you want, etc. But I don't think Iron Mouse needs my money. Not as much as some of the small people. How you doing, Froggy? You having a good night? What time is it? Almost 11? Time flies. Also, it is Matreus's birthday, so that's why he asked if you brought cake. Make sure you log into Arknights and send Matreus a clue number 7 to celebrate. You're hungry? Have you not had dinner? I hope that's not the case at 10. Or you had dinner but it just didn't satisfy. You ate? I feel you there. I am a bit hungry myself. I had kind of a light dinner because my lunch was a little heavy. But now I'm regretting the fact that I had kind of a light dinner because it's later in the night and I'm hungry again. Did not notice there was a rot dog in the bush. Okay, so this is like... nasty. We got the world's biggest meat pillow. Anybody want a Dakimura of this thing? Yup. 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 Yep. Yep. Excuse me, guys. I just want to fight him, not you. Squishy! I respect that. How squishy you are. Yep. You know, you slimes are a lot easier when I have jumping abilities. I'm a little bit more of a pain in the other games when you just like couldn't walk around them. In this I can just jump over them. Also, with like this type of weapon, it would have taken forever to physically defeat them in the other games. I think they went a little easier on that in this one. Alright, so Big Slime dropped me just a single beast blood? Come on, man. Was that not like a big unique enemy? I expected to get a little more out of that than that. Come on now. Oh well. This game is not very good at dishing out rewards. Alright, so there is a down area here. I assume it leads to a boss. And I'm once again right on the edge of having a level. So I don't feel great walking into the boss. Weak foe ahead? I feel great walking into the boss! Margit. Sanguine Noble, huh? You got some blood to throw at me, eh? How does standing in blood induce bleeding? What's the logic, sir? Enemy felled. So he did. Do I still get bleeding? Ah! Nasty. You're a hemophage, I see. They took 40 damage from a level 6 fireball, dear god. Unfortunately, I don't understand context enough to know if that's particularly heavy damage or not. Since I don't know D&D statting, but I will take your dear god as... Ooh, bloody Helus, huh? As that is a lot of damage. Congratulations on another blood weapon. Is this what he was using? Let me see it. I feel like there's more things I meant to read also. Great Omen Killer Cleaver. I should read this actually. The blade of this huge loathsome cleaver comprises a row of amputated omen horns, weapons of slaughter wielded by omen killers. The hideous horns cause blood loss, adding vibrant colors to the ongoing mayhem. Man, nothing tells me about the omens. So many things mention the omens, but I never get any details. Like, what are they? What do they do? I need the lore. I'm trying to piece things together. Alright, so I got Bloody Helus. It's a thrusting one. So it's like a big rapier. Okay. Ominous piercing sword with a winding blade carried by the noble servants of the Lord of Blood. Oh. Mogwin Dynasty? Designed to bore into flesh, causing severe blood loss at the wound. The extracted blood trickles gracefully down the length of the blade. That's neat. Dynast's Finesse. Nimbly avoid an attack, securing some distance from foes. Follow up with a strong attack to perform a sudden lunge, and press strong attack again to perform a sweeping slice. That sounds like the Margit attack. Where he did that, like, double swing. It's one of the easier ones to dodge from him, but... let's look at it. That's a pretty cool weapon. Man, look at that. That's some nice drip. Got the golden handle with the red gem on it and this big, like, twisty, bloody blade. It's pretty long, too. That's not bad. Honestly, like, I'd be able to use that just as much as I'd be able to use Eleonora's pole blade. Like, same stats, it looks like, goes into it. More or less. So it's something to consider. That's the rapier you use. I'm not, like, usually a big rapier player in these games, but I've never had a great rapier. I don't think. Pretty sure they didn't exist before this game. And that has a real cool weapon. I mean, like, typically when it comes down to it, aesthetics win. Okay, we got a pumpkin head guy, but he's got like a... I can't tell if that's like a banner or a spear. And he's also got a big club weapon, so he might actually be a little troublesome. It's an oddly normal looking house there in the background, interesting. Or at least the roof looks normal. What are we looking at over here? There's so much to explore. I hope you guys enjoy these times that we're just kind of like talking and exploring. Because a lot of it is that. Ooh, that looks nasty. Looks like that's an entirely poisoned area. Like the entire inside of that fortress is like poisoned ground. Yuck. Yeah, that's the green place on the map. Okay, well, I'm not looking forward to that. Let's go, try and get the goods from the cart over here. Suppose let's take out these guys first. There we go. Sip. I can just like punch through attacks in this game because... oh. Oh, big guy with the big sword in the back, huh? Can punch through attacks in this game because they give me so many vials back. I can just heal it all up afterward. Poor little foot soldier. Still coming in after I killed all the stronger guys to investigate the scenario. Great rapier acts differently. It has both the motions of a sword and a spear. Ooh, that sounds good. I've always been turned off from the spear weapons because they're just like too samey with all the attacks. Like, this feels really boring real quickly. They're strong. It's just too much like poke, 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 poke at the same motion. Alright. Didn't expect thief. Oh, there's no item here. Okay. It was stolen. I see. I guess I might as well go over here. It looks like there's a pumpkin guy. Maybe? Resting over here. And then it's kind of the end of the path afterward, so I think we can clean him up and say goodbye to this path. Hopefully this won't be too bad. Okay, he put down his banner, but he didn't get to do anything with it. I'm not sure what it would have resulted in. Sanctuary stone and a gravel stone. Is what? I always forget even where to find the sanctuary stones. A small clump of sharp, pointed stones. Such compound stones found in lands once beset by ancient dragons are said to be the scales of those very beasts. Okay. Stone dragon scales. A little bit of a shout out to Dark Souls. Perhaps. We got some Miquella's lilies. I'm pretty sure I've read those before and it really doesn't do anything for me in terms of getting Miquella lore, which I'm interested in. But something will fill me in on Miquella lore eventually. I'm not always sure about some of these little guys. I find like little places and I'm like, I'm curious about the lore here. Sometimes that's just going to be one of those things that it doesn't tell you. You know, Miyazaki doesn't fill in every gap. But Miquella just seems like the name has come up too much for me to not hear more. And Matreus has now said Miquella is side-eye face. So there must be something there. Gotcha. Alright. Another pumpkin head. This one is going to give me less time to hit his back. I don't know if he's going to be immune to stealth. We'll see. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. He's not! Okay, bye. So slow. Don't warm my back up. It's not even cold. Look at this guy. He's trying his best. We can't fault him for that, you know? You'll be able to save your friends if you get down here quick enough. Like 5 minutes ago. Poor guy. Alright, let's see. You guys have stopped moving. Am I allowed to take the item? And what are our spoils? We've got... Great stars. Is a mace? Is not a mace. Is a hammer. Great hammer. Huge bludgeon with three stars at the striking end. Though primarily used as a striking weapon, the star's spikes cause blood loss. A bloodstained star is an ill omen, a fact not lost upon those against whom this weapon is brought to bear. Landing attacks slightly restores HP. This is an interesting weapon. So it's a striking weapon that causes blood loss. A bleeding hammer, which I haven't seen too many of before. This is my first in this game, I think. It's a bleeding hammer and it slightly restores your HP as you fight with it. A weapon you've never seen anyone use? Really? I wonder why. I'm intrigued by it just because I haven't seen like a striking, bleeding great hammer and it restores your HP also. That just sounds like it would be interesting to build around. You've not hit your finger with a hammer then? Oh, I have. I don't think I've ever made my finger bleed with a hammer, though. At least not externally. I've purplified it. Oh, here we are. We have an actual fight with the pumpkin head. He's examining his friend's death. Must have been the wind. Overpowered stealth. I just went around a rock. Thank you for the bonk, Ezreal. I feel that was appropriate. We're talking about hammers. I got the pumpkin head and he bonked me with his head. Good use. Very apt. Alright, so we're finally starting to kind of like satiate my need to walk around here. Because in a minute here, we're going to walk up against a part of a map that I haven't exposed. Which kind of gives me a good point of reference to say, oh, I can come back here a little bit later and start exploring it. And I can instead turn around and head toward the windmills that I saw that intrigued me earlier. I am, however, still very graceless. I don't know what it is. If there have been graces around, I have done a very good job at missing them. I do see what looks to be a grace on the other side of this bridge. I don't know that if I go over there, the bridge won't end up falling. It looks like one of those situations where it potentially could. I don't know if that's the grace that I want to go for, but it's there. Hey, digging fellows. How goes it? You got a chest in your hands? Can I have? I don't know if he fell off the ledge with it or it just didn't give me anything. Let's see. Did you fall? Alright. That's fine, I think. Huh. Give to me. Golden rune 10. Hey, nice. He had some money. Yup. Alright, so that just leads back down into the forest area. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I don't know if I've been down there. But that's not where I'm leaning toward going right now. Oh, by the way, guys, as I mentioned previously, as I declared, I am gonna go for trying to get 1,000 followers by the end of the year. And so far, we're doing a very good job. The momentum makes it seem like it's doable. It's gonna be a little bit of a stretch, though. I think I need to actually, like, take some actions that are unusual for me to take to get there. A little bit more advertising, or a little bit more, like, special event type of streams, or reaching out to some larger streamers, or those that I haven't mixed my communities with as much yet, etc. And now that I'm back from being out of state, you know, I didn't really want to start that right before I left state. I didn't want to be gone for 10 days after I brought in a bunch of new viewers. That's a good way to lose them. But I'm very open to suggestion for events you think might draw people in your experience they've been fun, or streamers that you'd like to see me collaborate with who, you know, might be similar to my size and maybe know me, but they don't have to. Those would probably be better given, you know, offline and whispers or on the Discord or something like that, so that nobody feels there's any pressure on them. I don't want to create pressure to collaborate or anything like that. I'm not going after that. But it's going to be an effort I'm putting in. So I'm welcoming you guys to be part of that effort. And of course, you'll be recognized for that as well. Rachel Smug? Yeah, are you suggesting I should be Rachel to draw people in? That might be a little bit deceitful. Perhaps it would work, but it might be a little bit deceitful. I need people to join for Ricky, you know? No, dear God, please don't. You were here for the last Rachel stream, right, Nid? Weren't you? A VTuber deceitful? Never. I mean, like, I get, you know, a lot of VTubers choose never to show their face and probably aren't acting like who they really are. It's acting too, there's nothing wrong with that. But you guys know who I am already. You've seen me in person. I've talked a lot about myself. I don't have you know, the pink hair, and I'm not a cat boy. If I show up with cat ears on my next model, it'll be slightly different from reality still, but you know what the reality is for me already. Hey fellows, how's it going? Like, this army's not even trying to fight me, I swear. You guys had crossbows and were overlooking this whole place where I was killing your friends? Man. Can I confess something about my whole poem that I did for Rachel? Yeah, sure. Confess away. I enjoyed it, by the way. Up the rain starts again. Like, look, this group of enemies should actually be slightly intimidating to run into. You're my safe place from the lewd women on this platform, please. Oh, if you weren't here for the last Rachel stream. Rachel's not lewd. Landell soldier gauntlets. Rachel's just female Ricky, essentially. Some differences. Some differences. Golden Rune 4. It's worked into the lore, but I'm no lewd tuber. Yeah. I've played with the idea of, like, putting mature tags on my channel and stuff, just because sometimes we talk about slightly sus things and things like that. But so far, I've mostly just, like, kept those conversations to streams where the mature tag is automatically added anyway. Like, if we're playing Elden Ring, it's already giving people a mature warning when they click in. For the first time, anyway. I don't know if it does it every single time. But Elden Ring is an M-rated game, so they've got it set up in their system to do it now. It used to be something you had to toggle on or off. They just made it automatic with tags. Alright, so I think I've been reasonably thorough in this area. This place was the one that had the omen in it, right? The Sanguine Noble? Yes, it is. And we killed all those soldiers. We came to the edge of that bridge that I assume takes me into Gelmir, maybe to the mansion that I've heard about before. I forget what it was called. Like Volcano Manor, was it? I hope that's not Volcano Manor. I really don't want to have to go through the poison swamp. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. Of course I'm going to go that way eventually anyway. You do love them VTubers, but you need a break. I mean, this is like what I was saying earlier with the fan service and stuff. Everything's a balance, right? Sometimes I'll go into an anime that's about fan service, and then I'm there for the fan service and I want to see the fan service and I'm good with it. Sometimes I'm not. It just all depends on your personality. It's nice to have some options, I think. I feel that way. Azrael Dude says, so I keep trying it over and over until I finally get it done, and I laugh a lot because I was doing all for man's alter ego. It was weird. Well, that's true, I guess, if you have like moments of reality and thinking about it, but at the same time, I know you and what you've said before, Azrael Dude, and that you got a pretty good imagination, and if you feel like it, you can disassociate from the reality. And I like the fact that that allowed you to just like write a proper poem. Even if it was for a man's alter ego, because that meant I got to read a proper poem too. It's artistic. You missed my context go up. Oh, did I miss a little bit more? I know you had asked about, oh, you said a big thing here. Yeah, I missed that one. Do you remember that sentence when I wrote hugging me, embracing me? I had to change it like 20 times because translating Spanish to English is very complicated. I was using the word touch. I had to rewrite that line because instead of being cute and romantic, it sounded like I wanted something else. I see. Well, I still think my words express how I feel the same way. Things I just said. Are you gonna give me another rune plus 10 here? Man, I like these guys with the chests. I wish they were around everywhere. Those are some nice chests they have. But yeah, I can. If maybe touch comes off as something else, I can see where you're coming from there. That probably would have been a little bit stranger to read on stream. Look at this bee. He thinks he's all that. Great dragonfly. Come on. Don't engage. It's been so long since I found a grace, dang it. Is there a grace at the top of this jumping puzzle? And also, can I do this jumping puzzle from down here? It looks like I should be able to. That one's a bit higher. Maybe not. Is there any, like, gamer jumps I can do here? Negotiating with the mountain? I mean, I kind of, like, I caught on to a little something up here for a second. There was something. I just don't... If I fall, is it going to kill me? Yeah, it will. Okay, I probably oughtn't try that too much. It says my man wrote an entire poem for a gender-bent version of Ricky Bro. That's dedication. Yeah, well, Azrael was here for, like, the inception of Rachel. Like, the creation of that character. Like, way back in the day. It's something... It's a goal I have to pass. Okay, listen, Ned. Rachel first existed when I was a cam streamer, and I was playing around with some filters. And I clicked on one of those filters that swaps your appearance out, the other stereotypical gender, you know? And, that was the one and only time that without a raid, without any kind of influence from any other streamer, I surpassed 50 viewers naturally. Was when I was Rachel. And, I kind of don't want that to be the case. So one of my goals is that eventually, like, I'm gonna naturally surpass 50 viewers at once without being Rachel. But the most I've ever surpassed just by being Ricky, even as, like, Cam Ricky. Hey, look, finally a grace. The most I've ever surpassed as just Cam Ricky was 30. I got to, like, 33, 35 a few times, naturally. And I've gone way past that with raids before. Like, the most people I've ever had in here at once was 720, I believe. But just, like, naturally, just people clicking in, that was Rachel. That's why I suggested if you want to bust 1,000. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I could do, right? Like, I could do giveaways and things like that. I could go onto Twitter and I'm like, hey, I'm giving such and such away to somebody, and all you gotta do is follow me on Twitter and Twitch and like this post, and you'll be entered. And, you know, I could easily break it. Things like that. I'm not really trying to do it with a trick. Even if I do step up my game and I do a little bit more advertising and I reach out to some extra streamers to collaborate and I pull some, like, special events I wouldn't necessarily always do. At least those are things that I myself, like, am genuinely doing. and it's just like more natural. I don't want a bunch of people joining just because they think I'm somebody I'm not. Like they're like, ooh, this is a pretty lady streamer, or people joining because they think that they can get something free from me. So like I actually do want to do giveaways and things. I don't have any problem with that. I want to do that eventually, but I don't want that to be part of my like growth to 1,000 here. That's not really how I want to get it. I just want to do them because I think they'd be fun once in a while. And, you know, inevitably, if you have a bunch of people join on because of a giveaway, a lot of people are going to drop off as soon as it's over, especially if they didn't win. But some people might actually watch and enjoy the content and stay. It's not, you know, the worst idea for growth. But it's just not what I want to do for, like, I've set myself up with this challenge of trying to hit 1,000 by the end of the year, and it's something that's been sort of like a 3-year long goal. I don't want to get there just because I'm like, ooh, I bought something that people want and I'm going to give it to somebody for free, you know? Rachel is for Ricky what swimsuit Brunhilde was for Dragalia Lost. Yes, exactly. I don't know what that is, but you hit the nail on the head. Protection of the Erd Tree. I am getting a lot of like golden incantations and things around here. This must be an amazing area for people who want to build faith. A superior incantation of Erd Tree worship. Increased damage negation for all affinities except physical for both the caster and nearby allies. Ooh! Hold to continue praying and delay activation. In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. So I really, at some point, like, they made a mod for seamless co-op that lets a number of people come in here and progress through the game in a better way than Elden Ring usually lets people play. You know, you get to stay together even after a boss has felled, etc., etc., and progress counts for everybody's world. I really want to do that sort of thing after I beat Elden Ring, and it really intrigues me to almost play it with classes. Like, more than you normally would. Like, I know I'm kind of a class, but more than you normally would. Like, we'd have some, like, healer support person who is doing, like, buffs and healing and this or that. And you'd have more of, like, the tank, and I don't know. I just think that sort of thing would be fun. To, like, make classes and have sort of an RPG Elden Ring playthrough with a couple people. And every time I see a spell like that, I'm like, ooh, that's more intriguing for that kind of character. Like, it could really be done. Oh, I'm actually by one of the windmills. I didn't realize. Okay. We're here! Mim was your girl, you'll send a picture in Discord? Yeah, for sure. Anybody, for any of this stuff that we're talking about that I haven't known or you guys are like passionate about or want to reference and this or that, if I don't know it, feel free to go share it in Discord. I always check the Discord. It's currently going through a reworking right now, as promised. I told people in the Discord that come October, there's going to be a little bit of an overhaul. And it's in progress. Nothing major has happened yet, except some channels have disappeared. Some have been consolidated. Like music and videos are now one, for example. There's going to be a couple new channel additions, and I'm going to be playing around a little bit with some of like the Mi6 stuff. I might be getting rid of the level up system in there, because it tends to just kind of create an atmosphere I'm not going for. I'm just going to make it more of a Squiddy Cat environment. And one channel that I've teased here before, and people were like, yes, please, we need that. That is going to come into being as a channel that's pretty much just to share cat memes and videos and things. Because so many people in the server, they like go through Twitter and Instagram and shorts and all these things, just like watching cute cat videos and finding cute cat images. And there's just so many like things dedicated to them on the social medias. I'm like, take all the ones that you want to share with people, put them at server, and we can all like jointly awe at them. And it's rated like T, so it isn't very not safe for work, just a modest swimsuit. Nice. Yeah, we still don't allow not safe for work in my server. I've considered making a not safe for work channel like a lot of other servers do, but I'm just not positive that that has a place in there yet, because again, like, the community's pretty much just wholesome here. Hey, buddy. I'm being closed in on. You guys are all reminding me of, like, Midsummer. Anybody ever watch the movie Midsummer? I'm getting some Midsummer vibes from this. And I don't like it. They all have, like, flowers in their hair and are dressed like townspeople, but they're coming out all screechy like zombies and trying to cleave me. They got wreaths on their doors. There's some odd things happening here. This one's trying to break my legs. It's Midsummer. Or maybe like a little bit of Wicker Man. You got the Wicker Man in here. One of you guys gonna... Not the bees. Poison grease. They're all still very easy. This entire Altus plateau, like, obviously when they introduce the Death Blight, you don't out-level Death Blight, I don't think. The status effects are mostly going to hit you the same. I guess if you put a bunch of points into immunity... Is that even a stat you can level up? I don't even think so. What is it, resistance? I haven't even paid attention to the stat. But I guess if you level that up a bunch, you'll be stronger to it. But for the most part, it seems like, you know, the status effects will just be their own thing. This is pretty. Look at this. Just this angle that makes me look like moon, sun, Erd tree. Look at all that. I'm just gonna stand here for a second and take a sip. You hate these? Look at their faces. They're horrifying. The old hags. I feel like you guys might have a little bit of a delay, or my stream has a delay. Because a few people's comments are coming in, like, a ways after, where it seems like they're relevant. Might not hurt to refresh. The stream might have gotten a little, like, hiccup at some point. Me with a delay, never. You actually do seem to be one of the people who have less of one, Betrayus. But I'm reading most of these messages right when they come in, so if it feels like your message is being read a while after you sent it. Delay. Restart time. So this is a cool part of the Altus Plateau here. I don't know what's this direction. More windmills, I guess. I'm not sure. So you can go a little bit more north over there. It doesn't look like that goes on forever, so that might be worth checking out. There's more of that direction too. But it looks like this way is like the walls that surround Lanedell. Yeah, right here. Okay, so that's a ways off. It just looks closer. So those must be giant walls. So there's probably a decent amount of stuff between here and there. It's just a neat crossroads. I think I'm going to continue up into this town since we're right here. Oh, damn, you got a delay then? Yeah, it seemed like there was some, like, Azrael dude earlier was, answering some things or responding to some things like they just happened, that had happened a little bit ago, and I'm like, Twitch probably gave me a delay. So it's really random. Sometimes things will be right on the ball. Like, I'll ask you a question and you'll instantly answer, like people from chat. And I'm like, wow, that had like less than a second delay. And then sometimes it's like, you know, 20 seconds. Oh, there's like a big side path here. I see birds. I don't trust a side path at all. Like, look at this big, long, wide, like, this is gonna be bad for me. The birds who are there are fine. They're not the ones with blades on their feet. But what do they got planned for me over here? I don't trust it. He'll be fine. Uh-huh. Celebrant's skull. Am I not going to be attacked by anything awful here? Really? Alright. Miyazaki trying to give us false sense of security so we'll get scared a little bit more often. Large bludgeon decorated with flowers and many-colored fabrics. What are these people? Ceremonial tool used by dancers during the festivities of Dominula, Windmill Village. Okay. The striking end is a skull too large in size to be human. Grants trace amounts of runes on landing attacks. Okay, so you can get extra runes when you hit things with it. Interesting. I wonder how many. Like, if it's worth it. It's not something I would use. It doesn't fit Rachel. It's not the right aesthetic for this character. I haven't been able to quite, like, put together good drip yet. Like, this is okay. I look pretty neat. But I think our end drip is gonna look pretty different from this. We'll see. I can't go that much longer here tonight. So I do gotta go to work. Is this the grace I already found? Okay, yeah, it is. But I want to see a little bit more of this, especially this village. Oh god, they're dancing. They be dancing. Eek, I hear a festive melody. No, no, don't skin me. My hide is filthy, I swear. Oh god, they're skinning people for the festivities? That's gross. Imagine just being at risk of that. Like, they're like, it's festivity time, give me your skin. Orson says, happy birthday, Matreus, and what an honor. Ricky's finally streaming only for your birthday and only today, and like he said, I'm also gonna call you by your name and not Matriachi. Oh no, not today. Orson, you were there for that? Good to see you. Oh, you'll see why they're doing it. I don't want to see why they're doing it. And also the fact that I'm going to see concerns me. Alright, well. I've got filthy skin, don't skin me. Some of you have glowing eyes. That mean more runes, I think. Ooh, that's a lot of you. Don't peel me! I am not an orange. And I'm not the bees either. Orson!
Orson, just subscribe.
Thank you for
I'm always
subscribing.
here, but answer me this, where am I again?
Norway. You're in Norway, Orson. Weren't you intending to be here? Thank you for the 18 months. We have now had 2 babies together. What shall we name it? Our second child? And are you ready to provide? I'm feeling like I'm missing something with these other windmills. Like, did I go to that shack over there? I don't think I did. Is there a side area I didn't... Like, this place makes it feel like it's hard to be thorough. But I will do my best. There's all these little nooks and crannies. Let's see. Yeah, there's an item. Golden rune, okay. Dead horse, of course. It's not a Souls game without a dead horse. Miyazaki hates those horses. So there's gotta be dead horses everywhere. Atriachi and Matreus, one is a girl and the other one Another girl? I'm gonna let you deal with that one, Matreus. I don't know where to start. I'm like, there's gotta be some interesting lore around here. They've got all these, like, flowers decorated, all of these pillars, too. They almost look like the places where people have been strung up before, except there's no people on these ones. Lots of flowers on the ground, too. They're certainly worshipping something here. It's got some, pagan feels to it, although a little bit more like, you know, the monster that things tried to make pagan into in scary stories rather than what pagan actually is. Although I guess pagan is very vague, it can be scary. Can be a lot of things. Holy proof dried liver. Excuse me? Cured animal liver dried out after pickling in a golden medicinal solution. Temporarily boosts holy damage. Okay, whatever. That's normal. Drink some orange juice. Have you done anything to celebrate, Matreus? Honestly, I wish I had more of a way to just, like, naturally give you a present or help you out. I want you to enjoy your birthday, even if it's not on the day. I don't always do anything special for, like, my actual birthday day, depending on how convenient it is. But I always try to, like, do something. Have a little me something, even if I've just treated myself on one thing or another that I don't normally have. I try to have there just be something. Sometime close to the day, to be like, that was my little birthday thing. Waiting for some enchiladas to arrive. That's a good thing. That's Mexican food is oftentimes one of the things that I will treat myself to. You got out of work early, that's nice. Ma'am? Okay, you are an enemy. You're just kind of sitting there. I was intrigued. No joy ahead. Anything fancy up here? Liar ahead? Rolling ahead? Visions of dead end? Alright, well, I had to check it out. I love myself some good enchiladas. I've had too many times where, like, I've ordered enchiladas and they've arrived kind of cold, and that spoils it. And, like, my area sucks for Mexican food, I'm not gonna lie. It's to the point where anything that, like, tries to claim that it's more genuine Mexican cuisine here, I can't trust it at all. Every time I've had it, it's so bad and so not genuine Mexican cuisine. I'm just in a really bad area for it. They don't understand it. The best Mexican food here is like Taco Bell and Moe's, like the least Mexican food. But at least, like, you get the taste that you expect. Yeah, I don't have any Mexican friends in this area. And I'm not close enough to Boston to have any of the actual... Or Framingham. I used to live in a place called Framingham. I'm a good, decent ways away from that. That's another place that's near Boston, just like I used to live in Brookline. Both of those had a lot of access to good Mexican food. Where I am now? Nope. Nope. Not so much. Find a Mexican friend. I have Mexican friends, they just don't live near me. None of my friends live near me. Because I moved here out of, like, the need to get a house very suddenly. And I'm also of the age, and maybe a few people in here can relate, where a lot of people who I was friends with have kind of divided up and and moved to separate parts of the country, or at least separate parts of the state, or like nearby states. Like, friends don't always end up continuing to live in the same area anymore as people get families and are forced into finding houses and things and can't necessarily get it in the local area. So I don't really have, like, any of my friends nearby anymore. It's mostly, like, distance for everybody. At least a little bit. Enough that I gotta drive somewhere for a while. Darth needs to have an authentic Mexican meal. Darth says, still more Mexican food than here? Ah, dang. That's rough. Because when Taco Bell and Moe's are like your best Mexican food. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie. Taco Bell slaps sometimes. I don't even use slaps very often, but I don't think it deserves much more than that. Hello? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Not you. I killed you. You're supposed to be dead. Stop dodging me, you fool. Man, this guy dodges like crazy. Ouch. I guess this was not the weapon I used to fight the last one. Oh, I can do that too. I probably shouldn't against you, but I can. Man, I'm not excited to see another one of these guys. Godskin Apostle. I guess I should have known, right? Elden Ring doesn't let you fight any enemy only once. I should have known he was coming back. Alright, he's at his half point. Take him out with some R1s. Okay, there we go. First item for Darth, a tamale. Tamales are delicious, but I've never had an official one, actually. Not a non-frozen one, I mean. Malaysia and all. Taco Bell's my go-to Mexican. Is it, Darth? Better than Chili's? Oh, yeah. Godskin peeler, ew. Foreshadowing? Actually, don't tell me what foreshadowing is. No spoilers. At least now you know why the ladies are skinning people. Ew! Is it for the apostles' clothing? That's nasty. Looks like Longboy wasn't gone for long. I guess so. And he's got a Godskin peeler and the Scouring Black Flame. Alright, well, let me see if I got more opportunity for lore here. Hold up. There we go. A Black Flame incantation of the Godskin Apostles sweeps a wide area before the caster with Black Flame. Charging enhances range. The Black Flame could once slay gods, but when Malekith sealed destined death, the true power of the Black Flame was lost. That's not the first time I've heard Malekith. Is he the guy that, like, killed Godwyn? He's like the slayer of Godwyn, first to die after the shattering. Or at least, like, one of the first. He, like, tied with Ronnie or something. Let me see. Where's the peeler? I don't know what kind of weapon it is. It's not a curved sword? I kind of would have guessed that. What is it? Oh, it's, interesting. It's a twin blade. I didn't realize it counts as a twin blade. Interesting. No, that's all the info I can give. I see. Unique twin blade wielded by Godskin Apostles, characterized by its disturbing design. One end features a sickle for slicing attacks, while the other boasts a winding spike for boring into flesh. Much skill is required to wield this weapon due to its asymmetric nature. Okay, so you said no, and I assume no was to me asking if the women were like creating clothing for the apostle. He's got something called Godskin Peeler. So I assume this is for peeling skin again to get that, maybe the Godskin or something else. So, oh, the Malekith question, I see. He was brought up in relation to that somewhere along the lines, and I forget how. That was what my memory did. So I must have pieced something together slightly off there. But, yeah. Okay, so another twin blade option. Interesting. Seems strong. Black Flame Tornado might be interesting. So if that's also for peeling people, I wonder what they're apostles of. Is there some, like, greater god of, like, other people's skin? Or something like that? There's something nastier going on. The apostles don't just exist by themselves, probably. They gotta be of some type of order, right? 5,000. How much do I need? About 60. I think we can... Nah, I don't know. I think we can get there? Maybe? We'll be get very close anyway. $32, yeah, we're gonna be very close, but I don't think quite there. Man, we're gonna be so close. Apostles of God skinning, obviously. Oh, we are there. We just made it. Soul-wise. Okay. Another point into Arcane. We're getting there. I think I'm... Oh, I did actually rest. Because I had to level up. Obviously, that's what I just did. Okay, so some of the enemies will be back. I see an item. Is there an item over here? I don't see one. I think I ran around that, so I'm good. Let's go over here for a minute. Because I see something on a ledge. Oh, it's not an item. I thought it was. It's a message. And a bird! Bird! Nobody tell floofers, alright? No one tell floofers. No way a Souls game wouldn't just give us the answer. Miyazaki is great at telling us everything. I believe. Oh, God! Poison blood. Gold firefly. Flashlight Chan will find out eventually. Well, we'll see how thorough Floofers is in reviewing the VOD. Whether or not I get Flashlight Chan's vengeance. What do I got? Technically, I got 10 minutes, and I think we've mostly finished this village. Although I do think there was an area down below that I did not check out entirely. And I want to take a little peek for any stragglers of items. Miyazaki told me the secret boss of Bloodborne was, and that's all he said. You specifically, huh? I'm still waiting to find out about what the heck is up with that door in the Demon Souls remake. Not that Miyazaki necessarily had anything to do with that. I'm hoping they're not just being jerks and put that in there just to make people wonder. There's got to be like a plan eventually for it. Oops. Ignore me. Alright, down here, I think there were some shacks to the side over here that I didn't check out. Yeah, right over there. That's where I was trying to head. Village Windmill Pasture. Hey, doggy. You're my favorite customer. Oh, you fellas. Long time no see. Don't roll at me. Since when do you roll? I don't need to dodge you. Just need to hit you real good. Watch it be something like the Dark Souls 2 pickaxe. Please, no. It's like they added a brand new door in Demon Souls, in like the final area of Demon Souls, more or less. Down an alley that didn't have anything before. And you can interact with the door, it just says that it's locked. Which is not a thing that happens in Souls games, unless you have a way of getting in there. There's plenty of doors you can interact with to like knock on Bloodborne, and then there's plenty of doors you can't interact with. But to have there be one that just says it's locked implies that you can unlock it somehow. Currently, there doesn't seem to be anything back there, unless whatever's back there triggers a cutscene, because people have glitched to the game to see behind the door and things like that. Of course, you know, everybody tries to data mine the Souls games. It doesn't seem like there's anything actually back there yet. It may have been put in place to eventually reveal something, you know, you never might, like, they got good success from Demon Souls remake. It went over well. Maybe they put that there in case they eventually want to, like, put the teaser for Demon Souls 2 behind the door. Who knows? Or it just triggers a cutscene and therefore you can't see it by glitching through. Who knows? All the same, it's there, and it's intriguing because it's there, and they would be jerks if they just put it there just for the intrigue because they know the community. Because Dark Souls hasn't actually pulled that before. Anyone try the DS2 knocking? DS2 knocking? Doesn't sound familiar. Gives you access to a place where it gives you cool looking armor that was deleted in the OG game. Are you talking the same door where you need like 26 things? Or is it a new door? It's a new door. It wasn't in the original game. I think you're talking about the one that's like... I think you have to come back there. Either you gotta go there on like pure Dark World tendency, I think. I can't remember. But I think I know the door. It's like the mausoleum. You either have to come back on like pure Dark World, or it has to be on a new game plus because you need like 2 parts of a weapon that you can only get one part at a time from beating the last boss. Something like that. There's some secrets in that game. There's a special weapon in Demon Souls that you can only make if you combine the 2 weapons that the final boss has, or that you can make from the final boss's soul or whatever. I don't know if it was from the soul. Again, it's been a long time since I played. But you can combine them and get this big fancy weapon. It's a little bit of a secret. There's a door in Dark Souls 2 that you can't open, no key for it, but if you slam the door with your weapon, the enemy on the other side opens it. Oh, yeah, that one. randomly, like pretty early in the game, down in this dark area with a ladder. And a couple places to use the Pharos Lockstone. I know the place. That's really random, but I do kind of appreciate it. Navy hood, noble's traveling garb, noble's gloves, noble trouser. Twinned knight sword. Something went down right here. Something went down right here. An attractive twin blade of fine make that prizes the chivalric way. Can be wielded with a single hand, but its true strength is unlocked with dual-wielding spinning attacks. Okay, that's cool. So do I have all the dual blades now? I have 5, and I remember you guys were like, oh, is there 4 or 5? I have 5. We got pole blade, gargoyle's twin blade, godskin peeler, twin knight swords, and the quality one. That's cool. We got 2 of them here. One fatality, they killed it. Gonna have to try harder. Better luck next time, Nid. I believe you can kill your friends eventually. What else did I get? Oh yeah, the hood. A hooded cloak of deep navy warded by expatriated royalty increases mind. Such cloaks were gifted to those who departed on missions to faraway lands from which they'd never return. But what choice did they have, having seen the guidance of grace? And they also dropped what form of robes? Noble's traveling garb. Traveling attire fashioned from metallic white silk thread worn by expatriated royalty. A gift of such rare beauty, a royal wouldn't disgrace their illustrious heritage even if found dead in a ditch in the middle of nowhere while wearing such splendid raiment. Huh. I think they just did. What do you mean I need one more? There's 6? Did you guys just completely forget how many twin blades there were back in the day? It looks like there's not even space for more of them here. Orson says, so Ricky, about the trip, when you buy frozen tamales, do you go to the movies to sleep, or do you take longer showers? And if you do, why I don't make any sense, I don't know. I'm not okay. Orson needs memory pills. I buy frozen tamales because I don't have the option of non-frozen tamales around me. And Trader Joe's has some decent frozen tamales. So it's either no tamale or frozen tamale. And I opt for decent frozen tamale. But I would like to try the good stuff. I've been to plenty of good Mexican restaurants, but it's surprising how rare tamales are on those menus. I'm not sure why. Some absolutely delicious food, but just no tamale option. I assume this water is poisonous. These guys tend to like to walk around poisonous waters. Even if it's not, I don't have any good reason to get off of the horse here, so. Except it's slightly easier to hit these guys. No tamales, why world, why? Yeah, that's why I don't go with that option. It's too dark. That's the bad ending. No tamales. Nightbot brought up throne. What are you trying to imply, Nightbot? I gotta put some tamales on my throne? I'll let chat buy me some tamales and send them to me in the mail. There's the special gargoyle variant? Really? I mean, I have the Valiant gargoyle weapon. Is that not it? Is there something else? Ow. Ouch. Haima, Glintstone Crown, Battle Mage Robe, Manchettes, and Leg Wraps. That person hurt. That's the normal variant. So what do I have to kill Blackblade Kindred or something? Actually, he didn't have a Twin Blade. Maybe I haven't found the right gargoyle yet. One of the Glintstone crowns bestowed upon Rai Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy increases intelligence and strength to the detriment of FP. Scholars of the Haima Conspectus sought to power the power to quell conflict. To this end, studied the sorceries of Cannon Fire and the Gavel. Odd. How does Cannon Fire quell conflict? By killing everyone? I don't know if that's the best way. Robe worn by the scholars of Rai Lucaria Academy tattered from being worn on the battlefield. Whenever war broke out and the academy sealed its gates, only Haima scholars dared venture outside. Seclusion is no way to foster discovery. It is only a convenient form of escape. Kind of agree. I'm after my end time, but I'm still, like, intrigued by all of this. We don't have much more right here for me to kind of be wrapped up. Like, if I check this whole region right here, we're kind of good. So I guess I should probably end stream soon. But man, I got the Elden itch. Needed to do some Elden scratching. And I'm really curious to see the end game. I want to see what this game has in store for me. I think I'm getting there, but this does not feel like it yet. Maybe like when I actually enter Lanedale proper. Now that
me, Daddy.
Oh. 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 Look who it is. You're at like 45%. I doubt that. I'm gonna remember you said that just to doubt you again later, Matreus. I'd be real surprised. You're gonna pull out the whole like you can't judge percent based on time or anything like that, but if I continue to be as thorough, you better hope to see like 190 hours or 200 hours before I'm done. More than that, actually. You're saying 45. You better expect to see that if I'm playing just as thoroughly and you say I'm less than halfway through. ... Unless I've just done a really good job like setting up myself both level-wise and location-wise to just power through everything else. You only get over 50% when you finish Lanedale. We'll see. I don't believe you guys, but it's also cool if that's true. I don't believe you. I don't know why. I just don't believe you on that. I'll cast my doubt. I have not heard that this is anywhere close to a 200-hour game for a single playthrough. But we'll see. We'll see. 50%? I'd love there to be double the game left. Orson says, last month I got a free sub from 4 streamers. The only thing is that I don't know them, and I don't follow any of them. I'm happy for the free sub, but my schedules for streamers are full. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I've had that happen occasionally. Okay, so Gold Mask doesn't want to talk to me, apparently. But maybe finding him here has, like, started something for me? Likely Sage and then behold Elden Ring. And he's like looking at the Erd tree like a sunflower would. Seek pickle? No! No! Be wary of rump. All the more striking. Okay, yeah, I get it. He's pretty naked. He's aimed toward the Erd tree like the tarnished flowers. I get it. Yeah, Orson, that happens to me sometimes too. It just means you can be happy for somebody else's community. You know, like, normally the way that Twitch prioritizes, it will prioritize people who are actively at the stream to some degree. Like, they have weighted chances that they'll get a gift sub. Then after that, it prioritizes people who are followers. And then after that, it prioritizes people who have watched the channel but have not followed. And after that, it can just go to anybody. So, that just means that somebody has received enough gift subs that it's actually overflowed into the category of people that don't even know the channel. And so somebody's doing well for themselves. So it can just be a quiet little celebratory clap of like, good job. Good job, somebody out there. You did it. Actually, I think I got so distracted by Gold Mask I didn't actually walk all the way over to the edge. So let's finish this one little area over here. Yeah, like, who are you again? When you ask Miyazaki where's Bloodborne 2, he just points to the moon. Maybe he actually put it there. Azerold dude. Have you gone to the moon since Bloodborne 1 came out? There might be a copy up there. He's like, Bloodborne 2 is going to be literally a moon presence. People are going to have their minds and lower parts blown when they find it. Alright, giant rats. Howdy doody. How we feeling today? Thought it was called Lies of P. I'm doubtful. I'm doubtful that Lies of P... Giant rat ashes. I'm doubtful that Lies of P, it's gonna live up to Bloodborne in any way. It looks like it could be a fun game. I'm still gonna try it out. But I doubt it's gonna live up to Bloodborne. I've heard it's fairly linear, which already takes away a little bit from me. Not that everything has to be open world. It's just like having a little bit of exploration in something like Bloodborne was nice for me. I actually think this game's almost a little too big. Especially if if you're legitimately right and I'm about halfway through. Like, I'm enjoying it, but it would mean like very few people would actually ever get through this game. Which is probably the case, ultimately, compared to a lot of other games out there, I'm sure. It's got a smaller portion of people who start the game that actually finish it. Not everybody has the time. I mean, I don't either, really. I would never finish this game if I wasn't a streamer. Since I've carved time out of my schedule to be a streamer regularly, I can play this game. But not everybody has the time to put hundreds of hours into a Let's Play. Or a playthrough of something. Granted, I'd probably be progressing through the game slightly faster if I wasn't a streamer, too. I'd probably have missed more stuff. But I certainly, like, slow down a little bit to talk to you guys. I get a little distracted. I've gotten, like, decent at it, but it's always somewhat of a challenge to talk, to try and entertain and play a game at the same time. Certainly when I did some things like when I fought Estelle, who was one of the only, like, challenging bosses I've fought recently, my brain just went to mush trying to talk to you guys at the same time. I was basically speaking gibberish during the Estelle fight. Before it and after it I could talk fine, but the processing power goes to the fight. So I guess in that regard, it's kind of nice that Elden Ring is significantly easier than the others so far. Because I can actually talk to you for most of it. When the difficulty did step up with Estelle, if it was like that all the time, my commentary would just be like dead for this game. Estelle's one of the few bosses I've actually fought in this game that really felt like a Souls boss in terms of difficulty and everything. I liked that fight. Some of the people like Godfrey. Excuse me, not Godfrey. I haven't found Godfrey yet. There's Godwin, Godfrey, Godric. That was the god that I got to. Godric, while not being very hard, did feel like a Souls boss, which was nice. Margit as well. Although Margit was weird in that they gave Margit that weird attack where he'd do like the backstep throwing daggers thing. He really kind of broke the archetype they were giving him, because he was like fairly slow, big bonk weapon, but then he'd also like jump back and throw daggers of light. I'm like, that seems out of place. It doesn't live up to Bloodborne, but the weapon mechanics is interesting. I'm looking forward to playing it. Most games aren't going to live up to Bloodborne for me, so that's not a negative. If it was Bloodborne 2 and it didn't live up to Bloodborne, I'd be a little bit more disappointed. But that's not what we're actually talking about. That's just more of a joke. Alright, so I have successfully kind of navigated this whole area. I think this was decent progress today. I don't know. Decent progress in exploration. We went through this whole forest area, we fought the thing at the trees, we searched all the ruins, we did the Mirage Rise, we did the Altus Tunnel puzzle here, fought Wormface, came up here, did the whole Windmill Village, fought the Godskin Apostle, did this whole area, cleared out a bunch of soldiers and got all the items from the chests and visited the various windmills and killed that battle mage here, the Haima sorcerer. It was a lot of clearing. Basically this entire circle right here was all undone before today. So we didn't do a lot of like story or anything like that, but we cleared out all of this pretty well. We got to go this direction and or make our way over here so that we can go in this direction. I did actually walk through the wall one time over here just to grab a grace, but I never went further. I didn't talk to this finger reader, I don't think. So I got like 2 entrances I can go that way now, and I think that would be taking us into Lanedale proper. That should be what this is, right? And Margot is supposed to be in there. So we'll probably do that soon. This might be next time that we play. And next time that we play might be Thursday. It depends on how much Elden Ring is living in my head rent-free, but I expect that's going to be a lot. We are going to come back to Undertale. I know some people are waiting for Undertale. I got to do that on a day where I really feel like I can summon up the voices and the energy in me and stuff to, like, do Undertale justice. I don't think we fully finished the version of the game that we were playing so far, and what I mean by that is we saw the credits, but there was an after the credits scene that insinuated we could go back to a house in Snowdin in Undertale and talk to some characters to further things along a little further. So we didn't like finish a story in Undertale yet. So I at least want to go to do that soon. So there's a chance Thursday will be Undertale, but if it's not, it's likely going to be this game. Unless I get some crazy kooky idea out of nowhere, or suddenly one of the collaborations that I want to plan comes into effect. I am noticing just now, too, that having gotten a little bit more of the map, I think things have expanded slightly this direction than before. I don't think I could see quite this much ocean next to Caelid. And we now have, like, this entire corner that's opened up. I believe I couldn't scroll that far before. So that's kind of neat. Wiki-kun, I gotta go. I'm getting sleepy and falling. You're awesome, handsome man. Take a good rest if you can. Yeah, I'm gonna be wrapping up here anyway. I'm just gonna do my usual thing that I do at the end of all this and return to the Table of Lost Grace round table hold, just in case anything's changed. I don't think it probably has, given what we did tonight, but I'll still do my due diligence. I hope you get a good rest, Azrael, dude. And for the rest of you, we're gonna be sticking around to probably raid somebody shortly. But we will be wrapping up stream after I walk around and see if any of the NPCs have anything new for me. I doubt he does. Let's see. Nope. Unless he's changed his message on one of the people. Which I'll probably never know. It's 9:17 p.m. for you? Yeah, it's earlier. It's after midnight for me. I don't think Dung Eater's got anything new to say, right?
I asked you not to be
Yeah.
thankful is all.
Okay. It's probably mostly going to be the same. We'll still talk to everybody. You never know. Somebody might be like, have you ever found a village full of wreathed flowers on the blah, 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 blah? And I'm like, oh yeah, I did. I'm actually really curious what happened to Mr. like Final Fantasy garb that used to be in here. There was a guy that looked like he was either from Final Fantasy or Castlevania that stood here. And I found him, he was like looking for his servant. And I found him by the body of his dead servant, and he was like, I will have revenge. And, haven't really seen him since. Kind of feel like I might have missed him somewhere. I walked around him in some wrong place. Yeah, Dialos, exactly. Your official time of birth was 6 minutes ago? Hey! Happy, recent freedom from the womb time, Matreus. You were evicted from your mother sometime around this time many years ago. You'll eventually find him soon? Okay, so I didn't just miss him. That's good. Diallo's hut? It wasn't bad. I'm not here for spirit tuning. I'm literally never going to be here for spirit tuning as Rachel. I'm sorry.
Well, I took you no matter, it's all out your own.
He took me. Okay, nothing. We got a plus 17 weapon, but honestly, I don't know if I should put more points into this weapon, because I think I'm going to switch to Eleonora's pole blade, which presumably is somber, so it should use different stuff than this, I hope. That way I don't feel like I've wasted the items.
No. How could I survive?
Okay, she doesn't have anything new either. They're all kind of on the same stuff. Eleanor's is somber. Okay, good. Then I kind of got like one weapon of both powered up. Not that I know if that makes any difference on anything. It's probably just like the other games like Twinkling Titanite or Chunks versus Shards. Or, excuse me, Scales versus Shards in 3. Alright, well, I guess that's it then. Nothing new here. Look at that. Level 99 and 99 hours. It remains equivalent. The amount of time and the amount of levels. It's surprising exactly how consistent that's been. Still the case. So next Elden Ring stream, we are going to surpass 100 hours in Elden Ring. That's pretty crazy. I hope you guys have been having a fun time with this series. It still seems like a lot of people show up for it and get interested in it. I think honestly I'd probably be the same way. If I had watched this game a bunch of times before and then I found somebody who was playing it for the first time and living it for the first time and experiencing it without spoilers, reacting to every boss and trying to piece together lore, that's my kind of thing. So I'm glad I can produce it, because at least people who have my kind of taste and stuff can get some like satisfaction out of that. It's like, I don't know, getting to watch somebody live an experience that you lived like for the first time fresh. There's just something nice about that. I love finding like blind playthroughs and things like that. Excuse me, I've got hiccups a little bit. It says I'll be sad the day that consistency stops. Oh, that yeah, I'll be like, 150 hours in and only 125. It's gotta stop at some point, unless I really keep progressing at a speed where the rune count I get from enemies increases fast enough that it keeps me there. I guess that's a good, like, tally for now of how I'm progressing through the game at the right speed. Somebody who skipped more would be a lower level, but lower time too. I don't know. I guess that would ultimately be a detriment to them because they'd be going into the later stuff at a low level. I am curious what you can get by with, though, if I ever choose to speedrun the game a little bit. Like, if I'm doing certain challenges in the game that's just for fun, I'll probably approach the stream in more of a speedrun fashion, just because if you're doing a challenge, you don't tend to hit everything, you don't tend to be thorough, you just go through what you have to. So I'll be curious to find that out. But anywho, I'll wrap up here. I'm about 20 minutes past when I was supposed to end, which honestly, with our record, that's not bad. We're usually worse than that past the end time, but I gotta make sure I'm sleeping for work because I did just come back from the long trip, and I've been a little bit sleep deprived. So I hope you guys can get some rest as well. I know some people in here already left for sleep. Some people in here are getting tired, and some people will have to sleep in a few hours, regardless where you are on that, or even if you just woke up for the day. I wish you the best. Let's find somebody we can raid here. Good options, there's a lot of people on. Which, like, again, I'm not gonna get into the rant again, but you guys make me happy. There were more followers on my stream now when I came back from my big break than there were before I went on my break, and that's surprising. I expected to lose more people, but I only lost one person and then 2 people joined. And there's so many other people, even friends in our communities and things, that are streaming right now, and you guys are here. It means a lot to me. I appreciate it. Some people do go away and find other communities and stuff, and it does make me smile. I always wish them the best, but those of you who, like, keep coming back here and you're like, this is my community, it's hard to put into words what that means to me. I haven't had a lot of time in my life that's been true of anything. So, without getting too sappy now, we'll have plenty of sappy times coming up. I got a lot of celebrations I'm gonna have. Like, I already feel myself wanting to get sappy, but I'll save it for our celebrations. I'll save it for the attempts to get 1,000 followers. If you guys come up with any ideas to help with that, or that I might be able to do, just let me know, and I'll save it for the New Year's when I'm definitely gonna get sappy. I'll hold some of it in for now. Just know that you make my day every day I stream. Done. You can't get rid of me as easily as streaming at the same time as other people, Ricky. Thank you, Nid. It means a lot, it does. Alright, who do we want to raid? We got some good options. Maybe I should look at what people are playing. You know what? I will introduce you guys to some new people soon. I promise. I still feel like I gotta raid Pio. Because Pio missed me a lot while I was gone. I missed Pio a lot. And Pio is actually playing a horror game tonight. At least a little bit. She's playing a spooky game. And Pio has not played a spooky game for a while. So you get to hear the Pio screams. Pio's playing Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, one of the versions of it. So you'll get the loud Pio screams that we haven't had for a little while. And it's my 7-month sub anniversary over there. So let's go raid. She ended stream, what, just now? Did she just end? Because she was literally live a second ago. God dang it, Pio. Are you here now? Now, Pio's probably talking to whoever Pio raided. I want Pio to show up just so that I can give her a hard time. What am I talking you up for, Pio? She's not feeling well. Okay, I'll let it slide then. I guess I'll share my 7-month anniversary next time. I don't know. Okay, fine. We'll find somebody else. I'm supposed to share with other people anyway. I appreciate Pio. I'll have to go watch the VOD for the screaming. Not feeling well on your birthday, you won't let this stand. It's because on your birthday, Matreus, you you slowly start to absorb the energy from everybody that you know to extend your life. You're gonna live to like roughly 160 currently, but every birthday, the more people you know and see that day, even digitally, you get some of their years. You hope so? I'm glad to hear you say that. Like, sometimes I'm like, I'd love to live to 200 or something like that, and people are like, I don't want that, I'm looking forward to death. And I'm like, come on, that's sad. I don't want to, like, every time somebody's like, ooh, I'd be immortal, I'm like, no, I don't want that, unless I have the ability to kill myself. The notion of existing forever, that's horrible. The notion of existing for a really, really long time, that's great, I'd take that. And I'd take immortality if I had the ability to die. But just if it just wasn't natural. But I would not like to live forever. Outliving the world. Cobra! Snack! What the heck, 25 months? Welcome, welcome. So this is what I have to do, huh, Snack? To see you here, I have to stream just a little longer than Pio. It's it's rare for that to happen. We were actually just about to raid Pio, and she ended stream. Spooky's jump scare over there, right? Snack has important mod duties over on the Pio stream now. Has been doing a very good job. I've been watching your announcements over there on the Discord and things like that. Oh, you weren't at Pio's stream either? Never mind, Snack's a bad mod. I take it back. I hope you slept well. Nid says, you want my energy? Take it. Every ounce of lewd is now yours, Matreus. That will make him too powerful. Matreus says, I'm one of the very few people I know who actually like their birthday. Everyone else I know dreads it. I don't dread my birthday, so I can become one of the people you know that doesn't, Matreus. I have no problem with my age. I mean, if I could just choose to be younger, I might. Just for the sake of living longer and being able to treat my health a little bit better. I wouldn't go back to high school or anything like that. God, no. But, just for health reasons, I might. But yeah, I don't dread that. Oh, thank you, Wiki-san. Wait, oi. You get a little bit of both, Snack. That's just how it is. I was, you missed me getting a little bit mushy about the community, but I'm like, oh, I gotta stop. I gotta save that for our celebrations. But I'll say too to you, Snake, because sometimes you've had some pretty good ideas. I have officially declared, I don't know if you've seen this, that I'm gonna try to hit 1,000 followers by the end of the year. That's a 3 years in the making goal. But our recent momentum makes it feel like it's possible. We celebrated 800 not that long ago. We're at over 850 now. It's doable. But I think I'm gonna have to do some extra special things. Special events, reach out to some bigger streamers than I usually stream with. Because I always aim to like stream with smaller streamers to raise them up. This or that, maybe advertise myself a little bit more, and I've welcomed any thoughts or ideas from the community on things that might actually help with that, because I know some of you guys out there have really clever ideas. I've heard some of them, and some of you have connections, and some of you know some streamers that you're like, oh, you should stream with this person. So if you ever have a good idea, let me know on Discord or Twitch whispers or whatever, even on stream. If it's, if it's about like, oh, you should collab with this person, better to keep those to whispers or Discord, just so nobody feels like pressured to collaborate. Like if some other streamer's name came on here, everybody was like, oh, you should stream with X. I don't want X feeling uncomfortable that everybody was saying that, and if they don't want to actually collaborate, You only give raid targets, not collabs. Yeah, that's fair. Raid targets are always up for, you know, I'm happy to hear them. I usually go investigate them first. You want to have your 7-year-old body again, then retrain for the next 12 months, or 12 years, and be even stronger than you are now. If you did start body training at 7, you could certainly get pretty powerful, I assume, but Puberty 2, the sequel, and having to go back to school, I mean, presumably, I guess if you're just changing your age and not going back in time, that's different. I wouldn't go back in time. I would change my age potentially, just for health things. Vision says, wait, the stare remote looks weird. Weird? Yeah, Halloweeny. You could ace every grade. That's true. Sometimes I think about that. Anyway, I really gotta do a raid. I'm sorry, I got distracted again. I gotta send us off to somebody because I gotta sleep. Alright? Not that stare one, Snack, but I'm glad you used it. I thought about doing it too. It's just the normal stare emote from 7TV. Alright, let me see. Who are we gonna raid? We got art. We got a lot of art people. Baldur's Gate, I don't want to see spoilers for that though, because I think I will play Baldur's Gate eventually. It's intimidating, but I think I want to try it at least. I love your emotes, Wiki. I always use them to judge Manny and Spray. Yeah, I sometimes see that. I appreciate it. They need a little judgment once in a while, especially Manny. Are you still here, Manny? I don't like to talk bad about you if you're not here. Let's raid, I don't know, let's raid Slightly. Slightly's playing Resident Evil 4. It's probably stuff that I don't want to see. But, as it was my 7-month anniversary on Pio's stream, which is one of my favorite numbers, 7. It's one of my other favorite numbers on Slightly's, 13 months. So, let's raid Slightly. /raid Slightly Midnight. Here's the raid message. Here's the raid message if you're a sub. I suppose you can go ahead and copy Leopold's or Haru's up there if you want to spread nyas. It is Slightly stream. She's a cat girl. She knows us. No problems there. And yeah, let's just go spread the love over there. Slightly is playing Resident Evil 4. I don't know if it's the new stuff or if it's their first time through. I'm not sure. I'll stick around at least long enough to say hi, but I want to keep the DLC kind of secret for myself because I'm going to play it here. New and first time. Oh, it's old stuff. Okay. Yeah, if it's old stuff, I've seen it. If it's the DLC, I want to keep that a secret for myself as much as possible. Monkey time. I don't know what you mean by that, Nid, but just go spread the love. You have emotes for this last? Oh boy. Disregard me, but first time. We will see RE4 DLC on this channel too. I know some people really enjoyed our playthrough of that. It'll be coming, and probably pretty soon. So look forward to that. I'll see you all later. Thank you for making my night, and I'm happy to be back. Bye-bye!
Slight 107 cry slight 107 cry slight 107 cry slight 107 cry and scream slight